No problem. Is the YouTube
We weren't, but now we are.
perfect? Technology
Otherwise
is
we
I
that.
like that, streaming off the table.
See that?
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Thank you.
Okay. Notice of public hearing.
No, roll call
I'm
first.
sorry.
No problem.
Councilmember Belli,
Here.
Councilmember Ash McPherson. Present. Councilmember Steele. Councilmember Men. Present. Councilmember Conley Wilson. Present. Councilmember Soriento. Present. Council President Mantello.
Here. Thank you. And Maria, if you mind just the mic. It's okay. Perfect.
Council President, I move that the council resolve itself into a committee of the whole for the purpose of conducting a public hearing.
And clerk, if you could read the hearing notice, that would be great.
Notice of public hearing related to proposed local law 1 of 2022, amending the Troy City Charter. Please take notice, public hearing shall be held regarding a local law amending Troy City Charter Part 2, Article 1, Section C2, as it relates to the number of redistricting commission members. Said public hearing shall be held on Thursday, February 17th at 5:30 p.m., Wednesday, February 23rd at 5:30 p.m., and Thursday, March 3rd at 5:30 p.m.
Okay, this evening is our final public hearing on the local law. I will now open it up to the public forum section, and I invite anyone that would like to speak regarding the local law. You have 4 minutes, and we invite you up to the podium. And you could pull it right down. Perfect. You could actually pull it out, actually, right?
Yep.
If that's better.
Just make sure it's on, Shane, please.
And just name would be wonderful. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Muller. I live on 3rd Street in Troy. Tonight I'm providing commentary on proposed local law 1 on behalf of the legal voters of Rensselaer County. The proposed law changes the composition of the city's redistricting commission created last year under Part 2, Section C2 of the city charter. Specifically, the proposed law increases the current 7-person commission to as many as 10 members. The commission recently released its first report. This report uses the latest U.S. Census data to identify disparities to the one-person, one-vote principle. It confirmed that there are several council districts whose residents are over or underrepresented based on the criteria established in the charter. I found this report to be competent, well-reasoned, and nonpartisan in nature. I fail to see how a larger commission could have produced a superior report. The argument is made that it is necessary for the commission to have an expanded membership to ensure that it receives adequate input from concerned residents. I would suggest that the current commission could gather input from residents more efficiently by holding multiple hearings throughout the city. Furthermore, a commission with an even number of members, 8 or 10 under the proposal being considered, invites the possibility of deadlock. To be blunt, we have seen this movie before. An amendment to the state constitution created the Independent Redistricting Commission to carry out the redistricting of state and federal election districts required by the 2020 U.S. Census results. This commission had an even number of members with equal representation from 2 major political parties. We were very disappointed that the commission stalemated along party lines, which forced the redistricting decisions into the partisan assembly and senate. We fear that a local redistricting commission could similarly stalemate. Finally, I would note that whatever the composition of the redistricting commission, its role is limited to making recommendations to the city council. The council will be able to accept or modify any recommendations. For these reasons, the League of Women Voters of Rensselaer County urges the council to reject local law 1 and allow the redistricting commission as currently constituted to continue its work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us this evening. We appreciate your comments. Thank you. For the record, Councilmember Steele is present.
My apologies.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Linda O'Malley from 764th Ave in Bird, as you guys call it. I'm speaking against the amendment. I'm speaking about the Independent Redistricting Commission created in 2015, voted on by we the people, to help address the very concerns raised by the Republican members of the council. This was a situation that could have previously been unfair, based on the city council party majority at the time the census was done. It needed to be addressed. We voted. So they created this redistricting commission, and independent is its first name. Now here we are. Now the census is done, and the Independent Redistricting Commission is doing the work, having been appointed within the timeline. You cried foul because the Democratic majority selected them, with notably 2 of your recommendations, Council President Mantello. You cried foul. The current
We don't get personal.
This
okay?
is not personal. This
It
is
is.
you.
You could say city council as a whole. Thank you.
Okay, well, certain people cry foul because the current redistricting commission has 7 members and it represents 3 political parties: the League of Women Voters, the Justice Center of Rensselaer County, the NAACP, and the BOE. These folks need to crunch data, read maps, and look at where the existing boundaries are. They may not even change. Certain people cry foul, saying that what's fair is fair, and someone from each district is more fair than, say, my colleague from the Justice Center. How so? We represent a lot of people, and Robert can crunch data. As a matter of fact, each member of the politically diverse group can crunch data. That's why they were selected. But despite crying foul, Council President and Council Majority, because you think you can and get away with it, I'm here to call you out. I don't want to hear about one Troy when you pull stunts like this and waste our time. Do the real work for Troy. Help the city. Stand against corruption in the county, in the country, and anywhere it exists if you want to do something meaningful. But quit wasting our time on false narratives.
Thank you for joining us this evening. We appreciate your comments. Would anyone else like to address the city council?
Eric Busher, 30 Fairfield Road. I'd just like to say I'm in favor of the equal bipartisan committee of 5 and 5. There's large sections of the city that aren't represented by the committee. North Central, Lansingburg, there's services that those people also need to be taken into consideration from those people in those communities. So I think it would be better if the whole city was represented by a larger group. A bipartisan committee would be much more effective in doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wisher. Thank you for joining us this evening. Would anyone else like to comment on the local law?
Hello, my name is Nicky Dobbin from 2nd Street here in Troy, and I don't got much to say. I just wanted to say that I am against this amendment to the city charter. I think, well, it may be something that should take into consideration in the future. At the time, with what happened with the census, the ongoing investigation into election corruption in this county, and that the fact that we are in a tight timeframe, and I feel that the openings for public comment have not been spaced enough to allow as many people to show up. I do know, I've talked to several people that actually had hoped to speak today, assuming it would be on Zoom, and now they were unable to come. So I do know there are members of the community who haven't been able to give their say about this. I do understand there is a time frame in terms of when it can be amended, but I think maybe then this should be something considered further in the future at the moment, and at the time I do oppose this change. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dobbins. Thank you so much for joining us. Would anyone else like to speak? Hi there.
My name is John Kane. I live at 161 Washington Street. I'm also coming up to speak against this charter amendment. I would like to point out that this charter amendment was passed in 2015, I believe, and it wasn't until December of 2021 that the now majority, but minority at the time, pointed out they had problems with this. In fact, were it not for COVID, the mandate for the creation of this committee would have come clearly under the last council, in which the majority was held by Democrats. Someone has said that there needs to be equal representation in the city, but I feel that that should also be proportional. Democrats, in fact, have a 3-to-1 registration advantage of Republicans, excuse me, in the city of Troy. Republicans do not have a clear mandate for this council. With a plurality of the vote in District 6, do not have a majority of the votes citywide. This is a clear attempt at interference of a duly appointed board, which should be allowed to continue their work. And also, no, I think that's it. Thank you very much.
I really appreciate you coming this evening. Thank
I
you.
would also, actually, since I'm here, I would like to point out, this is the 3rd time I've come up to speak. The first time I spoke to the city clerk shortly before the meeting. I was not called to the Zoom. The second time I waited almost 30 minutes on Zoom and you guys weren't available. This has been very poorly managed.
The Zoom, for the record, I do want to address the Zoom. We now have new technology. The council actually appropriated monies. You'll see the TVs. Our staff is being trained. It actually is, let's just say, the appropriate technology. We kind of had a Band-Aid operation for the hybrid. So it was working fine until we went hybrid. Full Zooms were fine. Hybrid was not so well. Now with the new technology, we will be able to go hybrid much better, and we'll look for that in the future. It just was installed yesterday and the day before. So we thank you for your patience, and regarding getting you in, I'm not sure what happened. They did try, it wasn't working, so thank you. Would anyone else like to speak for tonight's public forum?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Loretto Messina. I live at 444 River Street.
If you could, that would be great. The acoustics in here are not that great.
I understand. My name is Loretto Messina. I live at 444 River Street, just up the street here in Troy. From what I know so far, and I confess I don't have the history and some of the details that some of the previous speakers have talked about, but in principle, I'm in favor of the independent commission as it stands. I think bringing in potentially parochial geographic considerations opens things up to accusations of, for example, not in my backyard, or let's bring this more affluent neighborhood into our district, that sort of thing. I'd rather see things remain the same and be strictly data-driven to produce uniform distribution of voters. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, would anyone else like to speak for this evening's public forum? Public hearing. Okay, I'll close the public hearing. I'll take a motion to adjourn. Motion, Councilmember Gully, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ashman Pearson. We are officially adjourned. Oh, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? We are officially adjourned for the public hearing. We have about 10 minutes. Pillar Finance. Thank you again. To officially open the finance meeting. And we'll take, actually, we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And I would ask Eric Wisher to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We're going to take a quick roll. Councilmember Gully.
I am here.
Councilmember Ash McPherson. Present. Councilmember Steele. Present. Councilmember Venn.
Present.
Councilmember Conley Wilson. Present. Councilmember Soriento. Present. Council President Mantello is here. We have all 7 present. I want to thank everyone for joining us this evening. We'll get right to the finance agenda. We'll take, it's not on the agenda, but I will take a motion to approve the February finance meeting minutes. Motion, Councilmember Gully, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson, discussion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Presentation of the agenda. We have a discussion this evening on a resolution. It's in the back of the packet. If you look online, you will find it there. We also have a public forum, no local laws, couple ordinances, and a couple of resolutions. Before we get into the discussion, I'm going to hit the public forum only because some folks have contacted us regarding Resolution 30. So then we can discuss, because I think it'll help us as we flush it out. So I'm going to open up the public forum. We have 2 members so far, and if you didn't sign up, you're obviously willing to speak. We have on the agenda David Brennan from Verizon.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
You just got to pull that down. Is the mic on, Shane? Thanks, Dave.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Dave Brennan with the law firm of Young Summer out of Long. I'm here on behalf of Verizon Wireless for 2 items that are on the agenda, and I know you have other action items, but I'm here and present if there are any questions on those topics with a discussion. Otherwise, sit back down and progress with the other bits that are more important than those 2. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dave. And if we do have questions, we will definitely tap into you. Thank you. Also signed up, we have Aaron Lozier. Aaron, if you want to join us, that'd be awesome. Hey there. Before Aaron speaks, Aaron is on the agenda this evening. Full disclosure, the council has received some questions regarding the resolution, so we may ask Aaron just to hang out for a few minutes. Don't worry, not too long, in case council members have questions. Aaron, take it away.
Absolutely. Good evening, all. My name is Aaron Lozier. I reside at 16 Linden Ave in Troy with my wife and 3 children. I would like to provide some background to why I'm qualified to serve on board of the Troy Community Land Bank. I have been investing in North Central Troy for the past 6 years, focusing on buying distressed buildings within the city of Troy and rehabbing them to rent for an above market product. I care deeply about this neighborhood, and knowing that the Troy Community Land Bank is also heavily invested in it. In addition to my experience rehabbing buildings in that neighborhood, I am also a licensed home inspector and licensed mold assessor. I'm able to effectively monitor and assess the quality of work that contractors are doing on my property as well as properties that others are looking to buy or sell. Finally, I have a background in finance. I've worked in banking for 10 years, and have a vast experience in helping first-time home buyers obtain a mortgage. The main focus of the Detroit Community Land Bank is to get owner occupants into the North Central neighborhood. Would also like to address any issues that others may have with my appointment. When the city had awarded property to the Detroit Community Land Bank that was in my area where I was working extensively, I was frankly a little bit upset because I'd seen a case of work that had gone directly across the street from one of my builds, and I took it too hard. Took it way too much to heart. My goal is that I'm able to work with the Detroit Community Land Bank director, board of trustees, so that we can effectively make the city of Troy better. That's my goal, and I would love to hear if anyone has any questions for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Thank you for speaking. And I do know council member 2 might have a question or two. It's up to the council, and if you do, please just go through the chair and we'll take it away.
We're in the public forum now.
Correct. But I'm opening it up while Aaron is here if folks have questions.
Council President.
Yes, council member Min.
So, I mean, I've certainly been reached out to by, advocates of the land bank, members of the board with serious concerns. Fundamentally, the concern is that you're looking to get on the board to destroy it. We've been there's a long Facebook conversation that I watched unfold last fall. And honestly, I have to say, between the questions that were asked by various members of the community, including you, and by the leadership of the land bank, I feel like that taught me more about Troy's community land bank than anything else I've ever learned in 15 years of living in Troy. It was not an easy peasy lemon squeezy conversation. People were very passionate. And we all know how rational and charming and sweet we all are on social media, right? I certainly have never said anything rude or nasty that hasn't been deleted. Right, we all make mistakes. So first of all, you bought foreclosed properties from the city, correct?
Correct.
You do understand that the ethics limitation of being on the land bank preclude you from purchasing any more property from the city.
Correct.
How will that affect your business that pays you bills?
It will not. We have stabilized our business, and my business has grown to a point where now we're stabilizing everything that we have, so that I can spend more time with my family, but also so that I can grow my home inspection as well, so it's an assessment business.
The Troy Land Bank is in a situation that's different than the Albany Land Bank. Albany is able to draw from properties throughout the county, and some of the less distressed fund more challenging. We draw from smaller pools, very small pool, the most difficult properties. That means more outside government, nonprofit funding. And both you and I renovate buildings. And I've worked in the nonprofit and the government sector before I started fixing up buildings. And the pacing, you're different.
Where that's over.
Glacial. And it's frustrating as someone in the private sector who's used to get her done. You will be very frustrated if you are appointed to this position. My question for you is, how are you going to rebuild a bridge with if you are appointed to this position? How are you going to build that bridge to those colleagues?
I'll say I have 3 kids. I'm always frustrated.
Well, that's great, but that's not an answer to my question.
trying to lead into, trying to break base with the joke so that we can move forward. I work with people every day. Whether it be that people that are nice, people that like and respect me, or whether it be that we may have a different opinion. If someone has a different opinion from me, I want to hear exactly what that is, so that then we can have a larger discussion, so we can try to move forward. If everyone says yes to everything all the time, then just keep on saying the same, rather than someone asking questions about why is this happening this way? Why is it not being spent for this project? What's taking so long? Why did this happen here? By having those additional questions asked, I feel that I bring a lot to the table in addition to my background.
And are you gonna end up being a point person, that when the public asks exactly the same questions that we're making you really frustrated on Facebook, that you're gonna take the responsibility of answering those questions and getting that pushback?
Previously, I ran for city council knowing that I would be able to do just that.
I mean, I guess. So I do know that the land bank has a really amazing opportunity in front of it.
They really do. The amount of grant money that flows in from New York State is a huge asset to the city of Troy. My goal is that those funds are used in a manner in which that is the highest and best use for the city of Troy, so that the city of Troy benefits from all those funds that are available.
I guess the one thing that I've thought a lot about this, and I'm just very much 2 months, I'll be honest, because I know that the fear that you want to undo the land. I mean, it's a fear. It's a fear. It's an important organization. Just
Any more
council
questions, and then I'm going to ask.
There's just one point. I really want to. And I think that fear is motivating this. This actually has to do with our responsibility as city council and as the administration. Because clearly that fear would not arise and that frustration with how properties from the foreclosure list are sold by the city to either individuals, companies, nonprofit. Clearly, there is not sufficient transparency, and we do have to make subjective decisions. And I've had many conversations with people who want to be homeowners, who haven't been able to buy, and they've asked, why is this person, why is that person, why is that organization? And it is up to us as council, ultimately, to be the ones who lay out, this is why, this is why, this is why we chose this person.
And council member, you can state all this on the vote.
Yeah.
This is the question
really
answer. Yeah,
Okay.
question answer.
We're not supposed to.
Well, I can certainly open it up to questions. Do other council members have questions? Yep, council member Conley Wilson.
So I have just a couple questions for
Sure.
Aaron, and I know we know each other.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, you mentioned North Central is the neighborhood that would most likely be receiving a lot of the renovations and homes and all of that.
Historically,
Yeah.
they have received properties from the city or have been donated properties by the public. Their inventory right now stands entirely in the North Central area.
I've lived there before, that makes sense. There's a lot of vacant buildings and property that need taken care of. My question for you is, do you have experience working with low-income families? And also, what is your experience working with minorities? Because that district has a lot of folks in those demographics.
Yes, I've extensive workings with not only Department of Social Services as well as HUD via Section 8, as well as Joseph's House located in Troy, as well. If I had to estimate off the top of my head, I believe that 65% of my tenants are minorities.
And a follow-up question for you, as Emily mentioned, things move a lot slower in nonprofits. As someone who worked in nonprofits for many, many years, I know the frustration. This is a very simple answer, and it takes years and years for that to happen. I'm curious if you have experience working in nonprofits specifically, and if not, if you have any relevant experience. I looked over your resume, and I saw there was a lot of commercial experiences and business experience, but not much nonprofit.
No, I've never served on a nonprofit board. I've never been an employee of a nonprofit company. I've only worked for for-profit companies, self-employed individuals, or being self-employed myself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Anyone else have questions? Okay, thanks, Aaron. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate that. Anyone else like to speak at the public forum? Kevin Fuller from the IBEW did ask on behalf of the IBEW. You're welcome to speak now on behalf of the folks you're with. It was either 20 people or Kevin. Thank you for joining us, Kevin, and Seamus, I'll get you the mic. We've already run out of battery. See what you did, Aaron?
We know a few electricians.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kevin Fuller. I'm a Troy resident for the last 38 years. My address is 32 Buck Road. I'm a proud IBEW member for the last 18 years. I come today representing the IBEW. A situation has come before us in regards to a sole source contract, a one-year maintenance agreement contract to Executive Group out of Amsterdam. Per the City of Troy procurement policy, it states the definition of sole sourcing. It reads as follows. Only one vendor possesses the unique and singularly available capability to meet the requirement of the solicitation, such as technical qualifications, ability to deliver at a particular time, or services from a public utility. Most importantly, part two, when a local vendor can provide the commodity or service with a better response time than a vendor from out of the area, even though that out of the area vendor may be cheaper. And I did give you guys copies of this procurement policy. This is the language as it reads in the contract. As I'm sure you are aware, Executive Electric is not a local vendor, and they are certainly not the only company qualified to do this work. This is a letter from the City of Troy engineer to propose a sole source contract. Please allow this letter to serve as documentation of our single source procurement for the above referenced project. Executive Electric LLC of Amsterdam, New York is currently a subcontractor working for Siemens Industry, Buffalo Grove, Illinois, on the Phase 2 Streetlight conversion project. Their involvement in that project will have them cataloging, servicing, and replacing nearly every luminaire in the city. There are efficiencies to be gained by having Executive Electric provide professional services directly to the city during the period they are subcontractors to Siemens. We recommend awarding a term contract without a competitive bid. A contract and all appropriations for these services will require action by the City Council. If you have any questions, comments, please let me know. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So that was a letter from your engineer. Let's not so much concentrate on what that letter says. Let's concentrate on two single words in that entire letter that it doesn't say, and that's public safety. You are putting public safety of our residents and municipality workers at a grave risk by sole sourcing to an outside contractor looking to come into the city. This is a cabinet millwork contractor who just recently branched into electrical business. They currently do not have a New York State registered apprenticeship program. Do you know how I know? Because this is lineman's work for the Department of Transportation that requires a lineman apprenticeship. Can you guess who the only one that has that training? The IBEW. Executive Group is not signed with Local 1249 to have the apprentices on this job. nor have they registered with the state of New York to have an outside apprenticeship program for outside line workers. So I ask, how is this more efficient to have an outside company come into Troy with a faster response time? Amsterdam's 45 minutes away. Will they have contacts with National Grid? Do they have years of experience tying into our existing systems and troubleshooting? Are they NFPA 70E trained in arc flash and fire safety? Will there be a third-party inspector? Is their equipment certified? If a worker gets hurt or electrocuted, will the city of Troy be listed as a name on the lawsuit? What happens if a light pole is improperly grounded and a resident was to touch the pole? The IBEW has represented the city of Schenectady since 1940. Local Union 166. We have installed and maintained thousands of streetlights over the course of 82 years. We currently have 5 electricians on call 24/7. 2 of the electricians are solely responsible for wastewater and building electrical. The other 3 electricians are responsible for utilities, facilities, traffic signals, system installation, maintenance, and all 4 major firehouse fire suppression systems. When Schenectady started their Smart City initiative, this was not only work to upgrade street lighting to LED, but these lights are Wi-Fi compatible. The entire city in Schenectady has public Wi-Fi. It takes state-of-the-art fiber optics to make this happen. Only IBEW members obtain these high technical skills, and most of whom have gained this knowledge through the apprenticeship program. Now, although I would be happy to enter, I'd be happy to enter into a contract with the city of Troy and negotiate a contract for our members, but this is not why we're here. I merely mentioned the city of Schenectady because they are neighbors to the city of Amsterdam. But even that, Mayor McCarthy understands the importance of skills, public safety, and response time. Their response time is ASAP. What this contract is saying is that Executive Group is the only contractor that can perform this work. We're talking about wiring a light bulb. Who in this room knows how to wire a light bulb? Doesn't sound very singular or unique, as your sole source definition states, does it? Currently, Executive Group had proposed their lineman ratio to be $115 per hour. New York State lineman rate for traffic signal is $76 per hour. This means that there's a 50% profit for the moment they leave their house in Amsterdam for every hour they work. It doesn't sound cost effective, does it? This is a company who does both public and private work with just 10 employees. Their employees on private jobs make $20 an hour with no benefits. On public work, it is supposed to be the prevailing rate of $71.56. I leave you with this. Why would you want to enter an agreement with a contractor that thinks his workers are worth one rate one day, but then on another day, their work is twice as much? What does this say about your experience? Sometimes you truly do get what you pay for, and hopefully it's not in the form of change orders. You have a real opportunity as the city council to ensure that safety on the job, you're creating jobs, and you're putting these local residents to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for joining us. Would anyone else like to speak on any item on the agenda this evening? Hi there. Hi there.
Well, thank you. I'd like to thank the council for letting me address the same issue that Kevin was up here speaking about. My name's Chris Lambert. I'm duly represented representative of Local 236. We have over 110 members in the city of Troy, reside in the city of Troy. Overall, we represent about 1,600 members within 13 counties. I'm also a trustee for the apprenticeship committee, the governing body that oversees our apprenticeship, that's registered with the state. And Kevin had referenced that. I'm also a master electrician license holder within the city for over 2 decades. So I'm a little familiar with the city and how, as far as electricians working within the city and all of the requirements that they're looking for. This procurement policy, to put it out as a sole source, I think is going against your own, really the intent of that. It defeats having a fair and equitable system to promote free enterprise. And to state that this particular company would be the only one that would be able to provide these services is really unwarranted. There's no basis in that. We have several electrical contractors. I'm not even sure why that would even be listed under there. So that clearly goes against the intent of why you would. It's not like you have a company that they're the sole source to provide that particular product. This is a service industry. It's not, they're not manufacturing this. And I would also like to bring in the fact that the city of Troy did adopt a resolution for apprenticeship language. And bringing this company in, I think it would actually go against that resolution that we have on the books right now. Because they do not have an approved apprenticeship language. And if they had it today, they don't have it for 2 years, which is what your resolution would require. And they have not graduated anybody within that 2-year period. That's all public information, documentation with the DOL on where their apprenticeships are listed. And we could also forward the info to the committee afterwards if you need to, anything to refer to. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us this evening, Chris. Would anyone else like to speak on any finance agenda item? Hi there.
Hey, Nicky Davin again. I came more for the other thing before that, so I'm not quite read up on what these guys are talking about, but I just want to say, as a member of Troy Area Labor Council, a steward with PEP, a member of PEP, and a member of the executive board of PEP, and as a nephew and a grandson of some of the electricians in IATSE, I support them, and I implore the city council to, heed what they've been saying and listen to them. So, thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi there.
Hi there.
Ryan Brosnan. I'm a 4th-year apprentice with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. I've lived in Troy for a few years
Ryan,
now.
I apologize. Do you mind spelling your last name for the record? I'm sure it might be a tricky one.
It's B-R-O-S, N as in Nancy, A, N as in Nancy. Same spirit.
Okay. Thank you.
I've lived in Troy for a few years now. I've been in the electrical program for 5 years, 4th-year apprentice. For 4 years, for all we do is safe work, quality work, and for contractors to come in from out of town that isn't electricians, that's mill workers and carpenters, doesn't seem to follow what Troy has been since I've lived here. I appreciate your time, and I hope you vote for us. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us, Ryan. Hi there.
Good evening. Good evening, neighbors. I live on 110th Street. Like Brian,
Oh, your name,
Ryan,
sorry.
sorry, Ryan, I'm a little bit nervous. Darnell Huggins.
Don't be nervous.
Huggins.
Thank you.
I actually encouraged him to move here. He doesn't live too far from me. So I'm a 4th-year apprentice as well. Transplant. Been living in this area going on 6 years now. I've become a part of the community. And to make the story short, I would like to see the community give to me what I'm willing to give to the community. Keep the work here for us. We're looking to buy houses here. We want to be a part of the community. We want to see the community also help us as well. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. Would anyone else like to speak? Okay.
Good evening, council members. My name is Thomas Gray, G-R-A-Y. I'm an 11-year member of the IBEW, 4 years here at Local 236. And my start was with actually Bombardier Transportation. So I was in maintenance and operations before building trade. Now, my experience is working with a corporate giant like that, much like Siemens, as they branch into fields they're not really familiar with. They tend to overlook a lot of safety issues because it's just not the experience they have. And they hire the cheapest people they can get in order to make their budgetary needs happen and turn that profit. And they move that money out of state and it does not go back into the community. Meanwhile, the locals who are doing the work are putting themselves at risk. In my old local, as I was one of the representatives there, two of our members were struck by the trains we were working on, one horribly maimed and permanently disabled for the rest of his life. This was because they hired people, did not provide adequate training, they did not want to invest the resources into their personnel. And they sent them out to work on equipment around heavy machinery with 600 volts, 2,000 amperes power. They would do so to make ends meet for the Port Authority, because the Port Authority had demands on Bavaria, much like I'm sure you will on your contractors. And you will need people who will not cut corners on safety, or you will start to run into these issues the way they have there. And that's all I really have to offer on the subject.
Thank you for joining us, and it's horrible what happened at Bombardier. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Hi there, sir.
Good evening, council. My name is Christopher Moore. I'm a Rensselaer County resident. I live in Petersburg, New York. I've been a union member of this local 236 since 2006. I just want to say it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you all for hearing us out. We have a lot of young people in the audience here that are basically trying to protect their jobs locally. Not all of them are from the Rensselaer County area, but they would like to see an opportunity to work more locally, myself included. Gas is $4 a gallon, and plus right now, the local movement is big. I think it's important that we should be able to work not as far from home as we prefer, or we'd like to be closer. I'm currently a general foreman on a Siemens infrastructure project right now. It's a big to-do. There's a lot more work coming. Siemens has a hand in everything. We are the best skilled, best trained. We do it all. I'm currently working on a 345,000 volt substation in Schenectady. There will be more of them. I know it. You're not going to get it done with millwrights and cabinet makers. We're electricians for a reason. We're trained for a reason. This is what we do. We want the opportunity to work closer to home. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, anyone else before we start wrapping up? See Eric coming up. Hi, Eric.
Hello. I'd encourage you to vote for these fine men and women here at IBEW, right? They're highly trained, skilled, safety practices, but I think what they're telling you is they're invested in our community, whether it's the city, the county, and they're looking for somebody to invest in them so they can stay in our community, right? And keep investing the dollars that they make into our community. I think that's the biggest thing to take from this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to close the public forum section. We're going to get right into the agenda. And without further ado, I do want to officially state for the record, my husband is an IBEW member, has been for almost 30 years. So he's a young guy by heart. But I do want to disclose that. And also full disclosure. So when I received Resolution 30, it was in draft form. I read it. I called my pro tem. I said, you know what, this certainly concerns me with the sole source part of it, but obviously I felt it needed full discussion. So I want to thank Aaron. I want to thank Andy for joining us this evening. Aaron's our city engineer. We are so fortunate to have him. So don't beat him up for his memo. He's awesome and he's a huge treasure to us. So let's open the discussion. I'll let Aaron and Andy first, talk about how you came about this. Why is this sole source? I know the council member Gully, myself, I get it. Siemens, obviously, they're a major contractor, but, we'd like to potentially see this out to bid. So tell us, take it away. Thank you. You can pull that out too if you want.
Well,
so much easier.
It's good. Good evening, council. So I can explain where the sole source or single source memo, how this originated. So as I'm sure most of you are aware, Siemens is working on a retrofit of our recently purchased lighting system. We purchased the system, I believe, about a month ago from National Grid. We closed. That system has some 4,500 light fixtures. Siemens is already under contract to do a replacement on all of those fixtures with high efficiency LED substitutes. Executive Electric is a sub to them, and they will be swapping out all of the fixtures. They're doing mapping and inventory under the Siemens contract as they do that work. And it came to light during some coordination meetings that there may be additional work required during those swaps that is not included in the Siemens contract. The best example that I was given is that there's wiring on the wooden poles that runs from the fixture back to the main distribution line, and frequently during these swaps they investigate that line and it needs replacement. That would not be covered under the Siemens contract. So the thought was that we would have executive under contract separately, directly with the city, to perform that work, as opposed to having two different entities on the same pole at the same time, or thereabouts. So it was a matter of efficiency. It certainly is not that Executive Electric is the only company qualified to provide these services. It is that it makes, in my estimation, it made the most sense to have somebody already on site doing additional services. So that's where that comes from.
I think, Aaron, one of the big questions with that, I get it, Siemens, obviously familiar, et cetera, but, as mentioned, other electrical contractors are presently working with Siemens on other jobs. And I guess, for Siemens to dictate to us, that this is the company that essentially we like or want. I mean, I get it, but they are working with other contractors in other areas of the state. So, I did receive, just so you know, over the last 24 hours, like T&J, they work with Siemens. They apparently talked to them about this project. They're, from Troy, from the area. They'd obviously be here quicker, much quicker than Executive in Amsterdam. And looking at Executive's prices, you're talking compared to some of the union electricians. I think if we were to put it out, we would potentially get maybe half of what Executive wants to charge the city. So, I guess the overarching question, why would we not bid it out? Because obviously Siemens can work with any qualified electrical company and make this a competitive bid.
Oh, well, I'd let Andy tackle the questions regarding the Siemens contract and their selection of subcontractors.
They bid that. Siemens bid all of the work for the entire scope of what they worked on. Phases 1, 2, and 3, Siemens has had a procurement process of bidding for everyone that was awarded.
So can we see their bid and who bid on it?
Sure, I can contact Siemens tonight or tomorrow morning and have them send them.
Definitely. I mean, but I guess to get back to my initial, why are, I get the whole subcontract, et cetera, However, when it's taxpayer dollars and you're talking over $8 million of a project here, and now these guys, these folks will be on call. I am hearing additionally that their call, they'll take 5 or 10 lights at a time. It's not going to be, 7th Ave and Glen, the light goes out, we're gonna fix it. I talked to Bill Wangler, and he told me they're going to like lump it together in terms of when a light breaks down. They're gonna put in like a batch of 10. It's not gonna be like, 3 or 4 lights going down. I'm not sure how that works, but just the overarching question, I have real problems without putting this out to bid. And if Siemens put it out to bid, I'd like to see their RFP. I'd like to see who bid on it and why they chose executive without even the city as a part of that, because it's a huge part of the contract.
So I'll reach out to them to get their bid for the streetlights. If they have bid the new DPW building, went through their procurement process to get it. That was part of the master services agreement that was approved in 2019. That is where the procurement for who is switching out the lights to LEDs was under that master services agreement, just like every other phase of the project.
I just view it as almost holding the city hostage on, some mega bucks, and who, obviously their charges are more than, say, T&J and some other contractors who have come in. So, why did Siemens pick executive? I guess we have to maybe get Siemens at the table, so, Council members, anyone else have questions?
Council President?
Yep, Council Member Gully.
You know what? Aaron, I have a lot of respect for what you do. You certainly are very talented, and Andy, you too. We entered into that contract with the local unions to provide a source for them to have growth in our city. We have a lot of people live in our city that work in these unions. I'm just surprised that we didn't go out and bid to see if we could keep our money at home. Homegrown money is always better when you spend it in your own community, and I'd like to see that. I'm not saying that this was a wrong choice. I'm just saying it's not a choice I would prefer. And I think that we should really try to, and the rates I've researched are a lot lower than this 115, and then there's a tag down here where they add an additional 28% on labor in compliance with New York State prevailing wage guidelines, which ups that 115 to $147 an hour. And we're gonna spend an hour and a half for them to drive from Amsterdam to get to the city and drive home before they even perform any work. So every day we're gonna be paying out $200 every time they come here just to travel here to do work. When we have so many great people right here in our own city and businesses that we can rely on. I just think that we should put it out to bid and see what happens. And that's just my feeling. It has nothing against the choices of value. I just think that we should do the right thing here and we should go back out to bid.
Okay, maybe next step. Maybe next step we'll get Siemens at the table. Councilmember Mann.
Just out of curiosity, since do we have limitations on our timeline? National Grid currently maintains our poles that
No. National Grid does not maintain our infrastructure. It's our infrastructure.
It's our infrastructure now. So now, who maintains until we switch all to the streetlights? Who's maintaining our streetlights?
The city is maintaining the streetlights.
So, street department has that on their plate?
It's the city's responsibility to maintain the streetlights.
Right. So, right now we're in this middle area.
Correct.
Right. So, how long will going back up to bid take?
Assuming we could hit the street tomorrow with it, which we can't, it would be out for a minimum of a month, and then it takes about 2 additional weeks to do an order. But currently, the contract with Siemens is already into the 180-day timeline that they have in order to perform this swap. So we would be delaying that for them. I'm not sure the contractual ramifications of making that decision.
Further, yep, Councilmember Steele.
Andy, did I understand you correctly that this procedure, I'm not going to be using the right words here, but this arrangement with Siemens to go out to bid and to recommend.
So Siemens has a master.
Just let me finish, was actually adopted in 2019?
Correct. So in either July or August of 2019, the master services agreement was approved with Siemens, of which they procured every component under that agreement of phases 1, 2, and 3 of the Siemens program that's been ongoing. That's where the executive contract with Siemens, and the city has a contract with Siemens for them to do the work, and it's a no change order contract. This, what Resolution 30 is a single source agreement between the city and Executive Electric to do the work that's not under the scope of the Siemens component that they have. It's two separate items here. And it's just to know what it's single source, not sole source, and that is some nuance. Sole source is, as it was said, there is one entity who can do the work or provide the commodity. Single source is there are multiple firms or multiple of X that can do or provide the good, but there is one in particular that has an additional benefit per se. In this instance, it was considered under single source because Executive Electric has the agreement with Siemens to swap the streetlights out, that's where the single source is coming from on this. It's not to do with the white switch, the light bulb switch. It has to do with the work that Aaron was referencing that is not covered under the Siemens Master Services Agreement, which then passes down to Executive Electric as the subcontractor.
But it sounds to me, if I understand this correctly, we are following the same procedure that we have throughout the scope of the Siemens work, that where they would recommend.
Actually, yeah, I can give an example. So Siemens had another subcontractor, I believe it was Midstate, and they were doing some roofing work, and there were some extras associated with that work. We did a very similar single source contract with them to perform the extra services, again, because the Siemens contract is a no change order contract. So we've done this in the past with other contractors providing other services under these Siemens contracts.
And they were all adopted by the council?
The changes, if there were budgetary financial changes, then yes, the council would have adopted them. So for instance, I think most recently with the DPW building, when we were doing the foundation, it came to light that there were some contaminated soils. Siemens did not have in their quote any additional site work. That was off the top of my head, $200,000 ad that Plant Construction had to take up. Again, single source. We didn't go out. No, we didn't go out to find another contractor to come onto site just to remediate the soils and then leave in order for the contractor that was already mobilized to continue their work. This is a similar, again, in my opinion, this is a similar situation.
And, on that note, Aaron, I would just kind of question it only because that was an unexpected change in that particular contract. This is new. This is obviously a new subcontractor that the council is being asked to approve. But anyway, I know Councilmember Ash McPherson has a question, and I'd like to.
So just so I'm understanding this correctly, we have a master agreement with Siemens for their contract, okay? This is a different thing to have work done on the change out the streetlights.
Correct.
We don't have a contract with these guys because this is who they're recommending.
We don't have the city does not have a contract directly with Executive Electric because they are currently a sub to Siemens under that.
So Siemens is recommending electric because,
I mean, they are and they aren't, right? We could certainly have two electricians working together on every pole. It just isn't very logical.
I guess I'm just trying to understand, sorry, I guess I'm just trying to understand if it went out to bid, if they put it out to bid, then others would come in and we might get a better rate or more experience. Why won't we do that?
Well, we eventually will go out to bid for these services long term. This contract, my expectation was that this contract would be 6 months, maybe 2-3 month extensions, just to take us through the end of Siemens' contract. So when Siemens has swapped out all of the lights and the executive has provided the mapping that they're providing under that Siemens contract, we would then go out to bid for electrical services on longer term. There'd be no need to not go out to bid. It makes sense to go out to bid as soon as we're through this process.
Okay.
Thank you, Erin. Thank you, Andy. I think if it's okay with the council, I'd like to, next step, get Siemens in, if folks don't mind. I mean, obviously, I get it. You're on a, bit of a time crunch, but, obviously it's not something that I don't believe will be getting resolved over the next couple days, but I can call a meeting for next week to, get Siemens in. We can call a finance workshop and discuss, and I'd like to bring Siemens in. Okay.
I would just like to hear, Council President, the flip of that. What will that do to the transition?
We can't proceed with it.
So, streetlights go out now. What's going to happen?
We
They
currently
stay out. They stay out.
We do not have anything in place in order to address that.
If I can just say, it's not like National Grid has jumped to change the streetlights. I mean, we have streetlights that have been out for 2-3 years. Saying that though, it's our fiduciary responsibility to ensure that, at least for me, I was really surprised to see this. And I guess, when we talked about Siemens, and we talked about the streetlights, and it was like endless conversations. And initially, we switched it where Grid was going to do. I looked back at notes, and 2 years ago it was Grid, and then we switched it, and then we changed the financing. And, we are on a good path now. I want to see this happen, but I want to see this part of the contract be competitive. And I apologize, Kevin, what did you want to add?
Can I add?
Sure.
I just want to speak about one important thing that you're forgetting about, and I mentioned this earlier. Siemens did sub this out to Executive Group. Executive Group is not signed with New York State Outdoor Lineman Apprenticeship Program. If you look at the rates in front of you, they're showing you a $90 per hour apprenticeship rate. How can they charge you apprenticeship rates when they don't have an outside apprenticeship program? It's just that simple. Right now, there's 5,000 streetlights in Amsterdam's warehouse with inboxes labeled Troy on them. This should have never went to Executive Group. We can go round and round and round and talk about how they're cheaper, which is great. They do not have an outside registered apprenticeship program. And when you have a registered apprenticeship program, there's ratios. 1-to-1 means you have to have one journeyman to one apprentice. 1-to-3, which is next. Every three apprentices, you have to have one journeyman. Executive Group can't just simply send an apprentice. They have to have a journeyman with them. That's what I have to say.
All right, thank you.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Steele.
I would agree. We need to get Siemens in. There seems to be an awful lot of misunderstanding about how this came about. And we can do it as soon as possible.
Absolutely. Yep. I appreciate Aaron, Andy, Kevin, Chris, all the IBW folks. We're not taking this lightly. We'll have a meeting scheduled for next week. We'll get Siemens here. Aaron, Andy, I'll coordinate the date with the two of you, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you, and honestly, Kevin, for the information you forwarded me, and I appreciate you continue educating me. You think my own husband would, but okay. Moving along, I am hoping that we can roll through the finance, since many of the items, if they are passed, will hit the regular meeting, because I think there's a legislative address that is occurring. But we'll get through this. Ordinance 12. Ordinance approving Second Amendment of lease of space on Tibbetts Avenue Water Tower Facility to Cellco Partnership DBA Verizon Wireless. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration. Is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Gully. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion?
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Ash McPherson.
We can bring him into the general.
Perfect. I do also, and I appreciate that, Councilmember. So we do have questions, Dave. Don't go anywhere. We will discuss at the regular meeting. Thank you. Further discussion, questions? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ordinance 12 carries 7-0. Ordinance 13, ordinance accepting grant funds from the United States EPA for the purpose of cleaning brownfield sites along the South Troy waterfront and amending the miscellaneous special grants fund budget to appropriate the funding. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion?
Yes.
Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion?
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember.
I just want to say, I think this is wonderful. I studied sustainability studies in RPI, so this is all, I get all excited about it, but I think, cleaning up our brownfield, especially as a city that has industrialized for so long, is so important for the well-being and improving the quality of life in our cities. And I'm just really excited to see this happen, especially in there are some beautiful views, but gotta sit on some rocks somewhere right now. So I'm excited for this.
Thank you, Councilmember Conley Wilson. I'll say ditto. Further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ordinance 13 carries 7-0. Ordinance 14, ordinance amending the 2022 general fund budget and accepting grant funds from the Troy Capital Resource Corporation for the 2022 Neighborhood Improvement Program, NIP. Council President Mantello, is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Gully. Is there a second? Second. Second, everyone. I love it. Further discussion, comments?
Council President, real quick, I'd just like to thank the CRC for stepping up each year to help us provide the community with ability to clean up, fix up, and pretty up our gateways and our streets. And I'm just grateful that they do this for us each year, and I hope that for many years this will continue because the people out there really need it and like it. Appreciate it.
And I think we'll all say ditto. Thank you, Councilmember Gully. And I also want to give a shout out to Steve Strikeman, who actually moved this forward. Thank you. Further discussion, questions?
Council President?
Yes,
I just
Councilman.
want to piggyback off of Council Pro Tem Gully. Or Council Guy, as he just asked me to do. These programs are great. They really build community, neighborhood relations, and beautification, and I've seen so many of them improve, not only my district, but joining districts and all that, so I'm so grateful that we can do this.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember. Further discussion, questions? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ordinance 14 carries 7-0. Ordinance 15, ordinance approving amendment and extension of lease of space Peterson Court, water tank facility, to Cellco Partnership, PBA, Verizon Wireless. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Gully, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson, I believe ditto on Verizon, so Dave Brennan, if you could hang out on this one also. Thank you. Further discussion, questions? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ordinance 15 carries 7-0. Resolution 29, resolution of the Troy City Council appointing Aaron Lozier to the Troy Community Land Bank Board of Directors. Council President Mantello, is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Gully, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson, discussion.
I would have a lot to say, but I'll wait that to the regular meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember Steele. And, you know, I think a couple of us would like to talk about this also. Further discussion, questions? All in favor of moving it to the regular meeting?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Resolution 29 carries 7-0. Resolution 31, resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into master services agreements for professional land surveying services to be procured pursuant to task orders. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion. Councilmember Gully, is there a second? Second. Second. Councilmember Soriento, discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Resolution 31 carries 7-0. Resolution 32, resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into master services agreements for professional, civil, and transportation engineering services to be procured pursuant to task orders. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Gully, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson, discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Resolution 32 carries 7-0. Just for folks out there, this will all go on the regular meeting, which I'm sure we'll have discussion on a couple. Resolution 34, resolution appointing Commissioner of Deeds for the City of Troy. Council President Mantello, before we make a motion and second, I do want to add 2 folks to the Commissioner of Deeds, Rel Tita and Mara Drogan. So if we could add those 2 folks, and I'll take a motion to first, I'll take a motion on the actual resolution 34 and then we'll amend it. Resolution 34, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Is there a second? Second. Second, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Now make a motion to amend, to add Rel Tita, Mara Drogan. I'll make a motion. Is there a second? Second. Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion? All in favor on the amendment? Aye. Opposed? On the amended resolution, is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Gully. Is there a second? Second. Second, Councilmember Soriento. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Resolution 34 carries 7-0. Resolution 35, resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into an amendment of the agreement with core and main distributors, increasing the price to be paid for 36 feet ductile iron pipe for the raw water transmission main replacement project. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Gully, is there a second? Second, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Discussion, I do know Andy is here on behalf of Chris Whelan, our superintendent. So if we want in the regular meeting or now to ask Andy questions, he's here on behalf of Chris. Discussion, questions, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Resolution 35 carries 7-0. Resolution 36, resolution endorsing an application by the Commission on Economic Opportunity, CEO, for a grant to be awarded by the New York State Housing Trust Fund Corporation for an expanded early childhood education center and a youth and young adult support and training center. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson, everybody, is there a second? Second, Councilmember Soriento. On the discussion, Steve Strikeman's here, hang out. Definitely want to ask you about this. Is a $3.5 million application, but no responsibility in terms of the funding on the city. Questions, discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Resolution 36 carries 7-0. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Are you gonna consider 37?
We're gonna add it unanimously to the regular. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion, Councilmember Steele, is there a second? Second, Councilmember Soriento, discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, we will be going into the regular meeting in about 3 minutes in case folks want to hit the restroom, and then we'll get rolling. I'd ask the council to please sit in the front. We have reserved. Open up the regular city council meeting, and I would first ask our incredible Olympic champ Jada to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You'll be hearing more about Jada this evening. Incredible, incredible. Jada. Great. I'll need you to just do the roll. Okay. We're going to take a roll call. A little unorthodox. That's what this is all about. Go ahead.
Councilmember Gully. Councilmember Ashley Pearson. Councilmember Steele.
I can't whistle, but I'm
Same. Councilmember Men. Councilmember Conley Wilson. Present. Councilmember Soriento.
Here.
President. Council President Matella.
I'm not even going to try. Now, of course, when we were saying the Pledge of Allegiance, I was going to have everyone take a look at Councilmember Soriento's incredible shoes as, put them up, it's the American flag. It's the American flag. Thank you all so much for joining me this evening at the annual City Council President's Legislative Address. Joining us this evening are my fellow City Council colleagues, Gully Pro Tem, Ash McPherson, Steele, Men, Conley Wilson, and Soriento. Also joining us, Mayor Madden, Acting Deputy Mayor Nolan, City Department Head, City Clerk Maria Davanis, Legislative Assistant Sharon Donnelly, and our incredible staff, Carolyn and Taylor. Thank you all for joining us. Before I begin with the address this evening, the City Council, partnering with the Mayor, will be passing a resolution supporting the Ukrainian people and the imposition of stiff sanctions on the barbaric Putin regime. Let us pause for a moment of silence as we stand in unity with our Ukrainian brothers and sisters. Thank you. Residents of Troy, I continue to be honored and humbled to be your first directly elected council president with a 4-year term. And I want to thank you for placing your trust in me. For the past 2 years, this pandemic has tested our patience, endurance, and strength like never before. For many of us, these have been the most challenging years in our lifetime. But we have come through it together, and we are stronger for it. 1 year ago, I delivered the legislative address virtually. This evening, we are in person, and this is the first full in-person council meeting since the beginning of the pandemic, proving that COVID has moved from being a pandemic disease to an endemic disease. We will persevere together as one Troy because we are Troy Strong. Finances. Our city finances continue to move in the right direction. When the mayor and I took office in 2016, our city was perpetually on the verge of bankruptcy, facing another state control board, whopping tax increases. Determined to not go down the path of another control board being placed on our city, the city council at that time implemented several new guidelines and reporting requirements. These necessary checks and balances to the executive branch, in addition to the several other expenditure measures, were critical of averting state control takeover. Shout out to Andy Petruski. Thank you, Andy. Fast forward 6 years, Moody's and Standard & Poor's have again raised the credit rating and outlook for city finances, and yes, finally, the 25-year debt of the Municipal Assistance Corporation, also known as the MAC, has been retired. Additionally, another example of fiscal prudence is phasing out the practice of bonding and borrowing for city vehicles. While these are great accomplishments, the City Council cannot and will not relax our fiscal and fiduciary oversight responsibilities. The City Council and I will continue to be the taxpayers and residents' fiscal watchdog, ensuring fiscal transparency, accountability, and checks and balances. I will continue to work hard every day to find ways to ease the burden of taxes and fees on the residents of our city. I will continue to stand against shifting the tax burden to residents and taxpayers through regressive taxes and fees, such as the garbage and the bulk trash fees. They hurt the people in the city who are least able to absorb new costs, especially now with skyrocketing inflation, which is why I will continue to oppose them and seek alternative solutions. We need less fees and taxes, more common sense, and most importantly, we need fairness. That is why the new City Council majority and I will be sponsoring legislation to establish a bipartisan City Council special committee to explore establishing a user fee, not a public safety fee, a user fee for the Troy Redevelopment Foundation. These are the major tax-exempt properties in the city, which include RPI, St. Peters, Emma Willard, and Russell Sage. According to 2018 New York State Comptroller's Office report, the foundation has not increased its $450,000 contribution to the city in over 20 years. This is unacceptable. That is not fair. It's time to change. The American Rescue Plan, ARPA funding, switching gears to a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As many of you are aware, the City of Troy, thanks to Senator Schumer and our federal reps, is receiving significant COVID-19 ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act, federal relief funds, totaling approximately $43 million. I'm pleased to be a member of the ARPA Steering Committee. However, at the end of the day, these transformational projects are driven by who? Our residents. My number one priority is to see these funds build healthier and more sustainable neighborhoods and a stronger city. Recently, the Troy Now website was launched with a community input form and neighborhood meetings in progress. Please, we want to hear from you. Together, we will build a foundation for today and future generations. Partnering with neighborhood groups and city organizations, the City Council has approved several projects to date. Just to name a few, the new Knickerbocker pool and upgrades. The Knickerbocker pool is long overdue, as many folks know, for an enhancement and a relocation. This multi-million-dollar investment will turn the park into a major asset for the community. Working with the Knickerbocker Park trustees, this will be a huge boost for our bird community and kids. Construction is expected to begin this year. I am proud to announce, after decades of advocacy, the city, partnering with the Troy Housing Authority, THA, and Penrose Development, is redeveloping the Taylor apartment area and the demolition of Taylor Buildings 1 and 2. This is scheduled to begin late March. This project will transform a gateway along our magical Hudson River, developing new affordable housing, mixed-use development, trails, and walkable accessibility linking South Troy to the southern end of our downtown. home and property investment program, developing grants for facade improvements and other home ownership improvements. Additionally, a Lansingburg Strong initiative for homeowners, property owners, a new North Central Neighborhood Community Center, which the neighborhood has been craving for years. Additional youth programs, a partnership with Habitat for Humanity, and several other initiatives for neighborhood revitalization, workforce development, economic development, food access, public art, and child care assistance. Finally, in the Little Italy neighborhood, a project I am really excited about is to support, to restore the historic Hill Street Market area and revitalize it into a community park and meeting place and other opportunities. Another initiative, I know this is a little repetitive, I've been championing for several years, is the relocation of City Floor, AKA City Hall. I'm pleased the mayor has joined me in supporting a new location for City Hall. Recently, the City Council appropriated ARPA funds for a request for proposal, which should be on the street, quoting the mayor last week, late spring or early summer. Troy deserves our own City Hall. Finally, like every organization competing for talent in today's economy, Troy is struggling to find and retain the talent we need to provide the basic services our citizens deserve. We have a unique opportunity with ARPA funds to create the kind of support and incentives we need to recruit and retain our public servants. I've already called on the mayor to address this need, and I repeat that tonight. Public safety. Now let's talk about an issue on all of our minds. Tragically, 2021 was another violent year in our city, and the past 2 years have seen increased gun and gang violence in our neighborhoods. We have lost too many of our precious youth, and my heart goes out to their parents, family, and friends. And we saw one parent, the mother of Aishan Davis's mother, Latoya, tragically pass away, losing her battle with a broken heart. Our hearts break, but not our spirit. This will not be Troy's new normal. I'll say it again. We must reverse this trend. We will reverse this trend. That's why, as reported last year, the City Council, working with the mayor, approved funding and hired 6 new police officers. These new officers will be dedicated to a new, enhanced, more focused community police initiative, hand in hand with an interactive park, walk, and talk effort in our neighborhoods, in our 4 neighborhood zones, beginning this spring. Folks, this is not just a community police officer popping by a ball game, which we love, or a community event. This is an officer getting to know people and building trust in our neighborhoods where they live. We heard throughout the Police Reform and Reinvention Collaborative PRRC report process the issue of trust between police officers and the community, and the fear of folks reporting crimes due to retaliation. My family has strong roots in the law enforcement community. As a proud daughter of a retired Troy police officer and detective, my dad walked the beat downtown, North Central, and the Burg. Everyone knew my dad, and he knew everyone, and he still knows everyone. They trusted him. By building this same kind of trust, we can and we will reduce crime. Our new community police program can and will be a model for our state. But we can do more. To enhance this effort, utilizing ARPA funds, I am proposing a police officer neighborhood residency incentive. Working with the Troy Rehabilitation Improvement Program, TRIP, I would like to explore the feasibility of a pilot program to incentivize police officers to live in our neighborhoods. This could be another step toward building that trust and relationship with folks in our community. Let's encourage our police to live in the neighborhoods they protect. In that vein, I applaud Troy Police Chief DeWolf and the new command staff building these grassroots relationships by implementing Coffee with a Cop in partnership with stewards. Stay tuned for upcoming events, partnering with Troy UFA, Uniform Firefighters Association, and Eric Wishers here with us tonight, and neighborhood groups on youth programs and community events, and the new and enhanced community policing efforts. Additionally, I am pleased to announce the reinvigorated Police Objective Review Board just released its annual report, and I look forward to continuing to work with board members, building trust and building partnerships. As we all know, the recent gun and gang violence in our neighborhoods, it's not isolated in Troy. It's also the capital region. That's why Council Members Ash McPherson, Chair of the City Council Public Safety Committee, Councilmember Gully and Soriento have joined me in calling upon the Governor to work with the city and implement a capital region, state, local, multi-jurisdictional task force, funding for youth programs, and additional school resource officers to tackle the gun and gang violence in Troy and neighboring cities. The proposed task force will be more proactive, enhancing and accelerated coordinated enforcement to rid our neighborhoods of the evil and teach our kids that joining a gang is not the cool thing to do. Governor Hochul has recently extended the executive order declaring a gun violence state of emergency. And it's time for the state to partner with us to tackle this crisis. No more meetings. The time to act is now. We cannot afford to lose another young one. As many folks know, I, along with certain council members, have been fighting for enhanced and additional police cameras throughout the city. The residents and neighborhood groups have made it clear they want cameras in certain locations and we need them working at all times. I am pleased with the funding and support from the City Council to report that the new software and foundation for future integration continues to be installed, and that mobile cameras for video surveillance will be implemented in neighborhood hotspots. Our long-term goal is to integrate this technology for future smart city infrastructure. But our efforts to reimagine our police force is not limited to technology and more officers. It also requires better training. We have successfully, working hand in hand with our second to none police department, expanded mental health services training and hostage training negotiations for our officers, with training for all police officers of a 40-hour training program on how to support individuals in a mental health crisis. Eventually, my hope is to see a city, county, mental health professionals crisis intervention triage program to assist those people in need. There's no single action that can tackle our neighborhood gun and gang violence issues, and each piece is a part of the bigger puzzle. I will go out on a limb that our full city council is committed to doing everything humanly possible within our power to tackle neighborhood gun and gang violence in our city. Turning to another critical aspect of public safety, in 2020, I, along with a few council members, fought hard to ensure our aging firehouses had clean showers, working toilets, and other everyday necessities. Fast forward now to 2022, working with the mayor, the results are clear, with major investments by the City Council of over $3.3 million for upgrades and repairs, which are complete in 5 of 6 firehouses. The North Lansingburg Station 1 firehouse on Fifth Ave is presently being slated for demolition, and the mayor stated in his State of the City a reconstruction of this firehouse. But I am hopeful that a relocation for this firehouse is also an option and on the table. As I mentioned last year, and have stated many times, our city-run ambulance continues to be the gold standard, responding to our city's needs and mutual aid throughout the county. However, the model for our city-run ambulance was developed in the 1990s, and our city's housing and population have dramatically changed over the past 3 decades. Last year, I reported that the city's ambulance service was provided all over the county. However, it was reduced this past October to providing mutual aid ambulances to the towns of North Greenbush and Colony. Mutual aid fire responses between Troy and Watervliet have been non-existent since July, when that agreement fell apart. It has been reported to me that our fire department now waits up to 20 minutes for Albany to respond through mutual aid on a second alarm fire call, when Watervliet is sitting in quarters only minutes away. This issue needs to be addressed immediately, and I'm requesting the Mayor and Chief McMahon come to a solution with Watervliet sooner rather than later. As we all know, mere seconds can be precious in an emergency. To address the present ambulance model and staffing issues, the City Council, joining with the Chief and the Mayor, have proposed a comprehensive review be undertaken. The Mayor stated last week that an RFP for this study is due to be on the streets in late spring. We're holding it to. Thank you to all our Troy emergency responders for putting their lives on the line to keep our residents safe and provide critical care to Troy residents throughout this pandemic and always, whether it be our crews out in the field or our office workers. I would also like to give a shout out to all of the city workers who continue to work hard during this pandemic. The City Council is committed to continue to provide you the tools to safely and effectively do your job. Neighborhood revitalization in parks. I state it each year, but it truly is the heart of our city, our people, and our neighborhoods. We see our downtown thriving, and as I've said many times, let's take that momentum and spread it into the neighborhoods. This effort is beginning to happen, folks. Several major revitalization efforts are happening in our neighborhoods. It's truly inspiring to see our residents' passion and dedication working to improve the quality of life in our neighborhoods. I've lived my whole life in this city. I love this city. I breathe it. And I'm every day reminded of what a tremendous community we are privileged to call home. Whether it be Berg, North Central, Sickaway, Downtown, Eastside, South Troy, I will continue to work to make us one Troy, bringing pride back to our neighborhoods. I continue to work with my council colleagues to spread the momentum from downtown into the neighborhoods, focusing on reducing the tax burden, improving public safety, garbage pickup, street paving, and restoring or removing blighted buildings. Our people are our neighborhoods, and they make our city great. It is our neighborhoods, all unique, all special, that make this city the greatest city in the state. The City Council is working to reinvigorate the city landlord registry program to address non-responsive owners with blighted buildings and dilapidated ridden homes throughout the city. From zombie properties to occupied properties, it's imperative to work together to act quickly to address these troubled properties. Councilmember Gully and I are presently working on a new foreclosure registration, legislation, and enforcement program. Stay tuned regarding this new initiative. The City Council Neighborhood Improvement Program, NIP, continues to be a huge success toward building partnerships and pride in our neighborhoods and revitalizing one block at a time in every corner of our city. These small grants build the velocity of positive momentum in economic development, recreation, and revitalization for our neighborhoods. Despite COVID-19, neighborhood groups were out there in full force in 2021, and there were several inspiring NIP projects. I'd like to truly thank all the Troy residents, volunteers, and neighborhood groups for stepping up to the plate and reclaiming our neighborhoods block by block. You know who you are, and you all rock. Additional thanks to the City Council NIP Subcommittee, Council Members Gully, Council Member Ash McPherson, and Council Member Steele. The 2022 NIP applications are available and due back April 8th, and the maximum grant award has been increased to $1,500. I want to thank the CRC for their partnership with this important neighborhood program, and I'm looking forward to continue working with all of you and hope to see even more great projects this year. Folks may also recall my legislative address in 2020. I had 4 words regarding the South Troy Pool. Open it this year. We opened it, and the council worked with the mayor to waive the swimming pool fees for city residents last year. I will once again sponsor legislation to waive the pool fees for city residents for the upcoming season, and I look forward to working with my council colleagues to enact this legislation. Now, my 4 words regarding the Knickerbocker Pool in Lansingburg. Diving in 2023. The Adopt an Alley and Adopt a Gateway initiative, partnering with residents, businesses, and neighborhood associations for alley and gateway cleanups, was put on hold last year due to COVID. I look forward to working with my council colleagues on this important quality of life project. Speaking of neighborhood projects, we have a true jewel that has not received enough attention over the years in our neighborhood pocket parks. That's why late in 2020, the City Council authorized $2 million to upgrade and improve our pocket parks, and the City Council recently approved another additional $1 million of ARPA funding for this important initiative. Designs and overhauls of various parks are complete, and I've stated over the past year my profound disappointment with the failure to get these dollars into the ground for construction and implementation. The pandemic has demonstrated the need for more and better outdoor space in the city. My message is very clear this evening. Start the implementation and construction phase this spring. The long-awaited South Ave Park in North Central finally opened this past year, with the council and the mayor renaming the park officially the Geneva Pompey Park. It was an incredible day of celebration on Juneteenth with Geneva and her family and neighborhood friends, and another somber day this past fall. The City Council, the mayor, family, and friends dedicated a beautiful tree and memorial at the old 6th Ave Park. Our city will forever remember Aishan. And as Dad Terrence has stated, he hopes that this tree and memorial will remind our youth of the evils of gang and gun violence in our neighborhoods. As many of you are aware, as part of our Think Differently initiative, I was pleased to work hard with Epilepsy Association to get our first handicap swing in Troy, and pleased to see more installed at other city parks, such as 112th Street in the Burg. It was a special day that means so much to me personally and Troy's special needs community. However, much more needs to be done to make our parks, our streets, facilities more accessible, user-friendly, and inclusive. Much more. As a mother of a son with special needs, this is an initiative near and dear to my heart. Let's immediately put to work the $3 million the council has already approved toward making our parks more inclusive and more accessible. Finally, we must at last revive efforts among stakeholders to improve access throughout our city by removing physical barriers which limit access of individuals with disabilities to municipal services, programs, and activities. I've called for this the past 4 years. I'm repeating my call again tonight and imploring the mayor to reinvigorate this effort and continue to stand ready to join the mayor to continue our progress. There are so many residents working so hard to keep their properties neat. And as many folks know, it takes only one neglected residence or business to blight a whole neighborhood. An initiative Council Members Belly, Ash McPherson, and I proposed during this past budget process, and we continue calling upon the administration to implement, is a quality of life task force, which would hold negligent property owners more accountable. This task force would be a formalized detail unit comprised of a community police officer, patrol officer, code enforcement officer, litter patrol officer, public works, and any other city staff necessary. The task force would tackle our neighborhood quality of life issues 1 or 2 blocks at a time, all throughout the city. Additionally, the task force would promote enforcement and education. The goal is to encourage landlords, residents, and businesses to take pride in their neighborhood and partner with the city to revitalize our neighborhoods. I hope our new and prior colleagues join us on this important initiative. Economic development and infrastructure. Over the years, I was proud to work with struggling waterfront communities as they were revitalized by utilizing the waterfronts, the front door, to economic development and recreation. This is truly a passion of mine. Working with hundreds of communities statewide through my roles as the New York State Canal Director and the Hudson River Valley Greenway Executive Director, I have the honor to partner and promote waterfront and economic development projects, water and land trails, and protect our natural and cultural resources. We have a national treasure right in our backyard, the majestic Hudson River, stretching 7 miles, connecting South Troy to downtown to North Central to Berg. And it's incredibly rewarding to see our city's waterfront transformation begin. With the completion of the $26 million Troy Seawall project and several other waterfront initiatives in the works, we will use the Hudson River as the front door to economic development, water and land trails, and dovetail it into revitalization into our neighborhoods. As I've said many times, Troy's water is a jewel. We have what I believe is the best drinking water in the state. Phase 1 of the more than $40 million project broke ground this past year, and just this evening, the City Council is about to approve additional resources for this critical infrastructure. This massive public works infrastructure project will continue to provide safe drinking water for Troy residents and other municipal customers, opening the door to expanding service to other communities. As many folks know, One Monument Square is on its 5th proposal. After more than a decade of being vacant, a vacant home in the middle of our thriving downtown. This waterfront site, while challenging to build on, presents an incredible opportunity to not just be a city destination, but a regional destination and a model waterfront development for our state. Hoboken, who proposes a mixed-use development, has incorporated many of the things I and the community want to see in this development. Waterfront access, city architecture, docking, trails, open space. The city began the work on the infrastructure improvements for this site, and the developer is expected to present its plan to the Planning Commission this spring. Dovetailing on One Monument Square, the city of Troy, after several attempts, was finally awarded the $10 million Downtown Revitalization Initiative, the DRI, for the area. Stay tuned for the local planning committee's neighborhood forums and this exciting initiative. Councilmember Menz, a member of the committee. The 2 decades-long project, South Troy Industrial Roadway, continues moving forward. South Troy residents have endured disruptive truck traffic through their neighborhoods and finally will have some relief. Phase 1 is complete and Phase 2 is scheduled to go out to bid this year and complete by 2023. But a little twist to this, I believe this also opens the door for a huge opportunity to utilize the Hudson River in South Troy for commercial shipping. We only have to look to see how the Port of Albany continues to increase its commercial shipping efforts. The Hudson River is designed to receive and ship goods. I've seen it firsthand during my canal days, and I've seen the environmental and sustainability benefits, especially with the new technology and sailing ship vessels ventures. Let's think greener and cleaner. Speaking of cleaner and greener, last year I spoke about our work to open the Alamo in South Troy. I'm excited that the council, working with the mayors, reopened the Alamo. Disposal of leaf bags, stumps, and branches are available. And also, another exciting project is a really cool new mulch program, which residents and neighborhood associations can come and pick up mulch wood at the Alamo site. Lastly, partnering with the county, stay tuned for the dates for this year's Troy's Household Hazardous Waste Collection Days. Several other projects are in the works, such as the council approved the necessary funding and worked with the administration to get designated a green energy community. And it's approved Siemens, which you heard a lot about tonight, to implement a long-awaited LED lighting program, which will benefit our city both financially and environmentally. Just a few weeks ago, the city completed the purchase of over 4,200 streetlights from National Grid, and will be converting all of those streetlights to LED in the very near future. It's estimated that this conversion and project will save over $1 million each year. But more importantly, it will provide our neighborhoods with better public safety through the LED lighting and create a healthier and better environment for our neighborhoods. These infrastructure upgrades and other projects, they happen when the mayor and the council work together. On a final note, hopefully folks are already seeing the new improvements with the City Council's newly enhanced community engagement efforts, social media presence, accessibility, and transparency. In just over the past month, the City Council's Facebook page has over 500 new followers, and it's growing. This is awesome and will continue. The City Council clerk and staff intend to continue efforts to increase dog licensing and other services their office provides. Stay tuned as future pop-up offices at the farmers market and other initiatives are moving forward. These are important initiatives, but anyone that knows me knows they can call me, they can email me, they can message me for quality of life issues, such as a pothole fill, which I'm getting tons of calls now. I'm sure my phone's blown up. And I look forward to continuing to work to address your concerns. It's also really, really cool to see new energy and ideas from our recently elected district council members. Let's give them a hand. And I look forward to working with all of you for the next 2 years. In closing, the last 2 years have been like none other in our lifetime. While too many of our friends and family were claimed by the pandemic, I'm so proud of how we have come together as a city to help one another. But COVID has exposed some faults in our community that we must address. Our children's intellectual and emotional development has been stunted. Opioid abuse is on the rise. Violence, depression, and mental health challenges have grown. Our small businesses have struggled first without customers and then without workers. Today, as we gather together, the end is in sight. Finally, together, we can fill the space between our fears and loneliness with hope and togetherness. From this crisis, we must seize the opportunity to build a better Troy, to make the structural investments throughout our city that will leave lasting impacts for generations to come. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts, and working together, we will bring back our neighborhoods and pride back to our neighborhoods. Thank you, be safe, and God bless. Now we can go up. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
I want those shoes. My wife would give them.
Your side.
Her side.
Or her side.
When did you have? No. Oh, of course we have.
We're going to hit the good news, and I apologize. And then after good news, we're going to ask Kathy Sheehan, our historian, to come up and talk about women's history. So without further ado, I apologize. We're back at our seats. We're going to get up, and we have two incredible folks who are with us. So the good news. All right, thank you so much, and thank you for bearing with the legislative address. Believe me, I could have even put more in. But we have really, really incredible folks with us. And first, we're going to ask our pal, our incredible, who I met years ago and now has turned to a woman. You're scaring me. And that's Jada Robinson, folks. Let's have Jada. And Jada's coach, you better come on up. We'll get Shaman. You'll take it, right? Cool. All right. Is this amazing? Is this amazing? Is this amazing? This is awesome.
You had
Woohoo!
Great, does it look good?
I'll tell you folks, you don't need people like Jada, and you have to introduce yourself.
I'm Jeremiah, and I'm 11 years old, and when I grow up, I have a dream to be orthopedic doctor.
You're amazing, you're amazing, and guess what? We're going to get you a certificate. Yes, it's a piece of paper. This is more important right here. And Jada and I go back now, my gosh, to 2018 when you first won. And we recognized at that time, Jada winning the Olympics at that time, the junior, right?
Yes.
Olympics?
The 2018 National Silver Gold.
Okay, so Jada, fast forward and tell us where you've come, where are you today? I know that you've traveled the country. Give it up.
Okay, so in June of 2021, I went to Lubbock, Texas, and won the bronze medal, coming in third place in the weight class of 138. And then recently, the beginning of February, I actually went back to Kansas City, where I got this first belt from, and won this medal right here, this National Silver Gold medal right here. So, yeah, it's been a journey.
Listen, I don't know how you carry it all, you know? Now, Jada, introduce, and I know your mom's here because we communicate quite often, But introduce your coach and.
My coach is, I have multiple coaches. So my coach is my stepdad right here, Tristan Jenkins. And then I would like to make a shout out to my main trainer and coach, Samuel Bunch, in our boxing gym, the Next Bunch Boxing Gym. Then I have my little brother right here, as he said, who wants to be an orthopedic surgeon. And my mom, Judy Brown, she's been pushing me to my limits and making sure I accomplish my dream.
This is what it's all about, folks. This is what it's all about. Forget about my speech, whatever. This is what it's all about. Shiva, talk about like how Jada got involved with this and how she's grown.
Jada's been doing this since she was 5 years old. She started over in the Quell Street gym, and she's been a rising, one of the only females coming out of the area to go pro. She has some opportunities waiting for her. She's high honor roll. She will graduate next year with a double Regents diploma. And she will also have probably about 12 SUNY credits. She's in SUNY of Albany now too, with 1 credit. So she's very busy. I'm an author. I wrote 4 books on her. I just released another book, the 5th book on her, because I think that it is important that we as women girl power know how to challenge the champions in ourselves, rather be athletically in boxing, educationally. And so we are excited about her leading our young people to know that there are some positive avenues. The Next Bunch Boxing Gym, which is now located at 350 Griswold Heights in Troy, New York, is an excellent place to send your children. We take them from 7 all the way up to 22. We have a lot of pro boxers up there. Matter of fact, one of our pro boxers, Jada Brown, who is from Schenectady, New York, will be fighting at that boxing event at the Rivers in Schenectady Casino. And so we have a lot of great things going on up there. We're pushing education. We're pushing our young people to get off the streets, and we're just excited about, what our community is doing to better it.
This is what it's all about. It's teaching our youth, not, keeping them off the streets and just saying no to the evils that are out there in gangs and gun violence. And Jada and Jeremiah, you guys are examples of what we want for our children. You're amazing. You're amazing. And your stepdad and mom, they're incredible. Shiva, do you want to give the website and the Facebook page to follow Jeremiah and Jada?
It's just called Jada's World. Her name is Jadah, Jada's World. And I thank God for my mother-in-law coming, my family's back there, my sister Ingrid, my godson Zachariah, and to all of you that came to applaud her efforts.
Unreal. And I follow Jada's World. We're all in your world, Jada. We're all living in your world. Hey, real quick, Jada, show us your moves quick. Come on.
Carmen, I don't think you should do that.
Come on.
Don't hit her.
Don't hit her too hard.
Right?
Yeah, look at her hip blowing out.
Ready? All right, go. Go like this. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll go 1, 2, 1, 2, or I'll go 1, 1, 2, or I'll go 2, 1, 2.
Jada and Jeremiah. All right. Now the official. You're welcome.
Carmen, help me go good with your outfit.
Her shoes. Yes. I saw Jada looking at the shoes. I saw Jada. First thing Jada sat down, did one of these. Jada Robinson. Whereas Jada Robinson from Troy, New York, at the age of 11, went to her first Junior Olympic final. And whereas Jada won her first gold medal at age 13 And whereas Jada is the 2017 Junior Olympic champion, and whereas Jada in 2019 was a Junior Olympic gold medalist, and whereas Jada is the 2022 bronze medalist in a new division weight class, and whereas Jada recently competed in the Silver Gloves Elite Nationals and made it to the finals, and whereas Jada has goals to make the regular Olympic Games and go pro someday. We're with you, Jada. We will help you. And whereas the Troy City Council hereby congratulates Jada Robinson for her dedication to her sport and the role model she has become to our community. And whereas Jada personifies hard work and dedication, like Jada has said, I'm not a person that's going to lose and go sit on my butt. I will see what my mistakes are and just get back in the gym and do what I have to do. That's awesome. Jeremiah and Jada, honestly, I admire both of you. I hope when I grow up, I can be just like you. You're amazing. Thank you for all you do. And did you just want to say one last thing?
I just want to say thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody in the community. Shout out, of course, Next Bunch Boxing Gym. I also want to say rest in peace to Anthony and rest in peace to Lil Jamie. Thank you.
Thank you, Jada.
I just want to say, everybody, don't give up and have an amazing day.
They're it, man. They're everything we want out of our children. I'm going to bring my 21-year-old by and to teach him a few lessons. Let's give it up for Jada, Jeremiah, and her family. Quick picture.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're going to come a little to your right. Good. And mom, come a little to your right. Just a tad. Perfect. All right. I need everybody to look right here for 1 second. Okay, and then one with you handing Jada the proclamation.
You get a copy?
Awesome.
Awesome. Let's give it up for Jada and Jeremiah one more time. Mom and Dad, you're amazing. You really are. And your family, the support network, in order for Jada and Jeremiah to do this, the sacrifices you have made, we're so impressed. And as a mom, thank you so much for everything you do for Jada and Jeremiah. Thank you. Thanks.
You're gonna be done tonight. So I'm gonna organize that. I appreciate that.
All right. Okay, next, Councilmember Jim Gully. We have an incredible story. And Jim Gully, our council member, is going to come up and recognize an incredible man, John Rena. John, can you come on up? That'd be great. Let's give it up for John Rena.
I'll tell a story first before I read this. There are many times I see John going down an alley with a shopping cart, collecting bottles and cans. And I drive by, and my first instinct was to say, gee, I feel bad for that guy. Got to go up and collect bottles and cans at his age. Never thinking that the purpose there, because sometimes as humans, we don't really look into things, we just make a lot of assumptions. And then I had somebody say to me, you gotta meet this guy. And as they said that, it wasn't no more than a week later, you were on channel 13 or channel 10, and I'm like, oh my God, that's him. Where I thought all this time the poor guy needed a meal and I was gonna offer him one. Here he is doing something for
our military, our people, every day sacrificing his time and his life to make other people have a happier day. I couldn't be more proud of it than to present this to you.
You gotta take care of the military, the VA hospital, a lot of homeless, and going in there, they have no clothes and stuff. Now, the government does nothing for sundries for the vets. And that disturbed me. I was talking to the captain down there. So he said, people like you to donate to them, will put a smile on their face.
Absolutely.
Socks, he said, you wouldn't believe the smile you put on their face. And they come in with no socks on and stuff. And they get there and they start crying.
How tremendous is that? I want you all to give up your bottles and cans for the next year and a half.
He donated 1,000, I just gave another 1,000, so in January they got $2,000. In the past years, I've donated about 8,000. And then now recently I started collecting non-returnables because the junkyard said that people were giving me the tops, but the tops, no way to them. So with the cans there, I donate that to the Ronald McDonald House.
That's awesome.
30% now, so we're getting.
You got your number on those medals, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
You gotta know your market, right, John?
I just feel sorry for the vets, the tears, I mean, I talked to one, I was, a member of the Hart at senior center, and his, lad I was talking about back then, they needed materials, so I go to Sam's and I send cases of Slim Jims and stuff to Iran, or Iraq, I'm sorry. And, try to put a smile on her face. But then I met the lad just recently, and they were like a band of brothers. They all wore a bracelet. 4 of them died. The next one. And he's a total wreck, because he was a good guy.
You know what? The infection of wars play on everybody's mind farther than they really imagine. And you don't know until they come back.
Oh, yes.
So, John, listen, I'm honored from when I saw you to now knowing you, to see what you do with your time and effort, and I humbly should apologize for what I was thinking, because it's unbelievable that you're out there doing all that positive for so many different people besides yourself, and all your time and effort. So I'd like to read this commendation that the council would like to give you. Whereas John Renna from Troy, New York wanted to support veterans, and whereas Mr. Renna wanted to specifically help homeless and in-need veterans, and whereas Mr. Renna would collect cans and other recyclables, and whereas he would then use these funds from said collections to support the veterans, and whereas he would purchase undergarments and socks to bring to Albany Stratton VA Medical Center, and whereas Mr. Renna has encouraged others to donate, and contribute to his initiative. And whereas the Troy City Council hereby thanks Mr. John Renna for his dedication to our veterans, his commitment to worthy cause, and in John's words, we can't forget those that have served this great nation. Thank you, John. Thank you for all you do. Congratulations. Picture. John, we're gonna get a picture.
Yeah.
Make sure you get all our heads. The other guy wouldn't let us go.
Here, we'll come to you. We'll come to you.
Yeah, I'm not a pro, I just have state cheese.
Cheese.
Very nice.
So if there's any organizations out there who would like to keep storing their bottles and cans, and contact Mr. Renna, I'm sure he'd be happy to get them from you.
All right, folks, thank you so much. Incredible people. Another hand for John. Thank you, John. Thank you.
There are less people now.
All right, thank you so much. We have Kathy Sheehan with us, and Kathy is going to bring Troy into the 18th, 19th, 20th century, all in about a half an hour. I'm kidding. Kathy is going to bring women's history here in the city of Troy. Thank you, Kathy Sheehan.
I want to miss the camera.
Well, you're just right here. You can block her.
Well, I don't want to block you. I don't want to block you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Council, for letting me come and speak about Women's History Month. And how exciting to follow Jada. Because talk about our women in history, and we'd love to say we recognize every face and every story. And wow, is she an amazing story to tell? So I can see her collection at the Historical Society when she decides that she needs to have her go someplace safe. I need to find Jada. So I want to talk about a couple of women today that we might not have heard about. Carmela, you talked about Little Italy, and I had this just phone call one day, about a few years ago, and it was a young man in Little Italy neighborhood. He said, I'm cleaning out my great grandmother's house, and I have this shoebox, and these records kind of look like they might be important. And I said, well, bring it over. You get phone calls like this all the time. And he walked in with this dirty shoebox that had been up in the attic, and I opened it up. I went, oh my God. And it was, her name was Alessandra Matera. She was from the Little Italy neighborhood, and she was a midwife. And she had delivered all of the babies of all the Italian families that moved in to that neighborhood. And it was this amazing statistical information: the mother's maiden name, what country they're from, how many other children they had, occupations. I mean, it was just a wonderful snapshot of this neighborhood. What was really cool about that is not only, though, did she just deliver babies in her own neighborhood in Little Italy, you start looking at the dates, and after 1916, what is she doing? She's coming up here, literally to this neighborhood, behind us on the hill, delivering all the Armenian families that had settled into this neighborhood. At a time when, as we talk about each group that has come in that's had their struggles, no one wanted to deliver them. No one wanted to take care of them. Nobody wanted to even bury them. That was, by the way, Rice's funeral home. They were the first ones to say they would bury the Armenian families. So Alessandra Matera just went ahead and did this. So she's, and I just it's this just wonderful collection. A lot of you remember Mike Esposito, who recently passed away a few months ago. I had to call him up. I said, Mike, you need to go over and see this. And he's like, oh my God, here's this one. Holy, this is their great-great-grandmother. But it was just, and this wonderful bits of information that she would write on the cards about this family and about some of their struggles. And these are the things we have in the collection. They've been digitized now. And so they're online, so people can find this information. But, it's those stories. Unless you've been under a rock, you haven't been known about what the Gilded Age has been going on here. And certainly filming season 1, it's all on TV. You see a lot of that. And we have to share it, of course. It's amazing architecture. And it's those women. And now, it's a little kind of crazy with the two stories of this, the old money and new money. But I wanted to talk about the two women who were kind of closely related to the Hart-Clute house. And that is Betsy Hart, who is kind of representative of old money, and Amanda Clute, who was kind of the new Harish. But both these women really did a lot for the institutions that still exist today. Betsy Hart was one of the founders of the Troy Orphan Asylum. Today we know of Vanderheiden Hall. Not only did she put her money where her mouth was, she put her time and energy to stay there with the kids. And when the Great Fire of 1862 came, put $10,000 right into it to rebuild what became ultimately the Vanderheiden Hall. Amanda Clute, YWCA, an organization that still exists today and is growing. Samaritan Hospital still exists today, and they too were with what is now Vanderheiden Hall. So these three institutions that go back to the 1830s, 1860s, and 1890s really have a lot to thank for these women who, yes, they had money, but they also really put their work into it. And so while the show talks about, they're just kind of sitting and drinking tea, these women were working women. So I really, kind of hats off to them for all that. So that's my vote for Women's History Month.
I seriously, Kathy, could listen to you all night. Like, I literally have visions of these women and these pictures every time you talk. We love you, Kathy Sham. We love you. And Jada, breaking the seal. Is that incredible?
Great.
Unreal. Okay. Moving along, thank you,
Maria.
Kathy Sheehan. You have your vacancy list as a part of your packet.
Thank you.
So take a look at that. I don't know if folks have questions, or would like to individually contact supervisors.
I just have one question.
Sure, Council Member Ash McPherson.
Mayor, hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. I'm just looking to know, where are we with a youth service specialist? Have we have one, are we moving on with the next one? Have we had any? You know, I've been asking you many questions lately on these.
It wouldn't be a day without a question from me. There's a lot going on in terms of looking at youth programming, figuring out who's doing what. And I think what I'd like to do right now is hold off on that until I get a better sense of where the programs are and where the gaps are. This might be an ideal position for coordinating the various, both formal and informal youth activities that are offered across the city. And it may be a position that ends up being placed at CEO in the building for which they're seeking a grant, your support of a grant tonight. We've had some conversations with CEO,
Yeah.
and there will be facilities there for youth programming. So I'd like to hire in a way that the city's money gets put to the most productive use so that we can leverage additional resources. So I'm paused on that at this very moment.
Okay, and I'd just like to, in that respect, to continue our conversations to try and on more of this, the youth program and so forth, so thank you.
Yes, I'm not sure if I got back to you, but Catherine Maciel, CEO, has an intern who she has tapped to reach out and put together this list that we spoke of.
Yep.
And all of the information that's coming in from various council members, I'm passing on to that person.
Perfect.
So pass stuff on to me if you think of something new. It's okay if somebody else has already said it. I'd rather make sure that we've got everything covered than this. So
Absolutely.
pass
Thank
it on
you.
to me, I'll pass it on to them.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Any other questions before we move forward? Okay, we're now going to open it up for a public forum. The first public forum, anything on the agenda, 4 minutes. The second public forum, at the end of the council meeting, anything regarding city government, your neighborhood, etc. We're here to listen in. So does anyone have anything they'd like to speak on the agenda? Okay, we'll close the first public forum. We'll get right to the local laws. Clerk? Oh, I apologize. Before we move forward, I would like to take a vote on resolution 37. Okay, resolution 37. Clerk, if you could read the title of that resolution, and all council members are sponsoring that.
Printed it out for all of you and did not print it out
Just
for
resolution in support of the people of Ukraine.
Resolution in support, resolution 37, resolution.
Clerk? Thanks. Just put it real close. Perfect.
Resolution 37, resolution in support of the people of Ukraine.
There you go.
All right.
Resolution 37, resolution in support of the people of Ukraine.
All council members, just all council members, you can say, at the request of the administration.
Okay, all council members at the request of the administration.
Okay, I'll make a motion to hopefully put this on the agenda per Robert's rules. If we get unanimous consent, we can add it to the agenda. So I'll make a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion? All in favor of adding it to the agenda? Aye. Opposed? All right, resolution 37 has been added to the agenda.
7 ayes, resolution 37 passes.
Perfect. All right, let's get to the local law.
Wait, that was you or just?
No, just add it.
And
Yeah,
Sorry.
and then we'll act on it later.
Sorry.
No, so the motion to add resolution 37 passes 7-0. Okay? We are also, I am going to make a motion to untable ordinance 3, which is on your agenda at the bottom, a table resolution from February 3rd, 22. Council President Mantello, Councilmember Gully, Councilmember Ashley McPherson, Councilmember Soriento. I'll make a motion to untable ordinance 3. Is there a second?
second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion on untabling ordinance number 3. Questions? Okay. All in favor of untabling ordinance 3? Aye. Opposed? Ordinance 3 has now been added. So clerk, you will, when we get to the ordinances, you will add ordinance 3 before ordinance 7. But first, we're going to hit local. Yes, from February. If you go into the archives. Oh, it's
Councilmember,
yes,
Council President, it's on the bottom of our agenda.
perfect.
Legislation.
But the backup is the backup ordinance 3. So if you go on your iPad, February. Right. If you go to the February 3rd, okay. February 3rd, regular meeting, ordinance 3, ordinance transferring funds within the 2022 general funds. Yes. Okay, no problem. No problem. Okay. So that has been added. We'll hit local law 1. Local law 1, clerk.
The local law amending the Tri-City Charter, Part 2, Article 1, Section C2 to increase the number of redistricting commission members. Council President Mantello, Councilmember Gully, Councilmember Ashley McPherson, Councilmember Soriento.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Gully. Is there a second?
I'll make a second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion. Okay. Clerk? Yep. Councilmember Conley Wilson.
I know we've talked about this a lot, so I'm not gonna belabor the point. I do think the previous administration did an effort to try and make sure that the commission was full of people who are really qualified and, you know, they're able to do their job. And I don't think it's necessary. I think just based on today, there were a lot of folks who really voiced a lot of concerns, including legal and builders and many other organizations that really care about this. And I don't think it makes sense to add more folks to the commission at this time. I think maybe in the future we can talk about that, but they are doing their job really well. And I think while, as a council, we all represent each neighborhood. Commission is a little different. We're looking at the numbers and not necessarily looking at, not only looking at the numbers, our goal is to make sure the number is going up with communities. Many other folks mentioned, whether they're stalemate, all those things.
Thank you, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Further discussion? Councilmember Ash McPherson.
I would just like to say I do agree with Councilwoman Conley Wilson. They are doing a good job on it, and I've looked at their numbers, and they are doing a good job. I just think adding a few more on there is not going to stalemate it. It's just going to help them a little bit more. So I do agree with you, and I feel that we should make a little bit more as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
Councilmember Men.
So I looked at the preliminary report, and District 4 is the lowest count. Will definitely be growing geographically, expanding. So this puts me in a very awkward position because, of course, the independence of redistricting means that people in office you don't want people who are currently in office influencing how the maps that are going to determine whether or not they get reelected are drawn. Obviously, once you're elected, you have a stake and an interest in getting reelected. And so as the person whose district is, along with Councilman Sarmiento's, and without someone from District 4 on the commission, I'm in a very awkward position because clearly I would, if not be asked to recommend people to add to this commission, at least there would be a potential perception that I would have an influence over redrawing my district in a way that would be favorable. I don't want that. I want competitive districts. I want difficult elections where we really have competing ideas. I don't want gerrymandered districts, but more importantly, I want to make sure that the citizens of Troy think that the lines that are drawn that are going to be with us for the next 10 years are done without any taint from politicians. And so I think letting a group of Democrats, Libertarians, Republicans, but most importantly, people who are experts in the laws regarding redistricting, the data, let them drop, let them do the job. We should be as hands-off as possible. Will still come to us to review. And if something's not right, then the courts will be involved. That is the process. But I think that there's a sense of impropriety in changing how this happens halfway through. And I know for me, ethically, I would be extremely uncomfortable having even a perception of influence over this.
Okay.
Council
Further-
President.
Yes, Councilmember Soriano.
So in response to Emily's statement.
No, Councilmember Min.
It's okay. So, I mean, I'm a little shocked that, of how you're stating this because we need more, there's nobody even representing your district, is there?
No, there isn't, and that's the problem.
We don't, you have to address through the chair.
So basically, what I'm saying is, I think we need some fairness, and adding more members onto the commission here, I think that will create more fairness rather than more of a divide. Not adding these members, I mean, this was passed the last meeting in December before any of us can even come into the table. Not giving us the ability or an opportunity to even voice our opinion. So basically what I'm saying here is adding more members to the commission will provide fairness for now, okay? If we run into a stalemate, you know what? Then we'll figure it out. We will. We'll figure it out. But for now, currently it is unfair. Your district is not even represented. So that's what I expect.
Council President. Thank you, Councilmember Soriano. Councilmember Steele.
I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about what an independent redistricting commission is about. The charter laid it out very specifically. It did not say there needed to be a representative from every district. It said it needed to be diverse. It had to have a certain membership. It had to be done within a certain time period. And that was all done in December. Within 5 months, or 4 months, I don't have it in front of me, of when the census data was provided, made public, the commission would be named. It had nothing to do with the fact that it was the last meeting, or it was in December, or if it was a previous majority. None of that. It was done in connection with the charter, in accordance with the charter, which was, as had been pointed out by the people tonight, adopted by the people of Troy. They didn't say in that they wanted one person from district, because that's not what redistricting is about. That's what the outcome of redistricting is. And equitable representation, it's not the commission's work. The commission's work is to look at population data and to assure that there is equal representation. And we have a commission that the council president had input on the membership. If she had been concerned about the geographic distribution.
Councilmember
then
Steele, you're addressing me personally. I did express my displeasure with those nominations, you know that.
And allowing me to finish my sentence.
You addressed me personally.
Thank you. If that were such a concern, why were two of the names suggested from the same district? So again, that was an issue that came up later when folks decided they were against. So I really think there's a lot of misunderstanding, and I think we have a commission that has has proven that they have put politics aside. They are representing groups, communities of interest within our community. They've been doing the work in a very professional manner. They issued a report that was top-notch. And I think we need to allow them to continue that process and not to interject politics into it. We had one person who spoke in favor of this and a number of people who spoke against it. And I think we should listen to what the people want, not what certain parties want. So I will definitely be voting against it, not that it matters, but I will be voting against it.
Thank you, Councilmember Steele. Councilmember Gully.
I'd like to clear up some of the confusion too. When I originally went to the council president, I said we should put 12 members on the board, 2 from each district. By doing that, you eliminate the political finger pointing. You eliminate the ability to say it's political, because you're bringing 2 individuals from each district to be part of that board. 1 to be the chair and 11 who vote on the process. And that chair to be selected by the people. That's what I came up with. I thought that it'd be better if we could clean it up and not make it seem political even when it's not. But most people like to finger point when it comes to politics in this city because of the taint that politics has always had over the years. And I suggested that we take 2 people from each district to make it fair so that nobody can really say it's Democrat, it's Republican, or it's a Democrat on a conservative ticket, or it's a Republican on an independent ticket. That stuff is just wasting our time too. So to take all that out of the picture, I suggested that we went with 12 people, 2 from each district that would be selected by the council so that it would be parallel and even. And nobody can say it wasn't fair because these wouldn't be people that were appointed by a party or a majority. It'd be selected by a whole council and it would clean all that up. That was my idea. It got knocked back to 10. I'd rather see it at 12. But the only reason I would support it, Councilmember Steele, is because I think it gets rid of that political assumption that happens every time there's an operation like this. And I think we should do that with more pieces of our operation. City marshals, I can name a couple of them. We should start getting away from the majority thing and minority thing and start doing it as a city thing. We start putting right people in there so it feels fair, so we don't have to waste an hour of our time battling over who's on the committee and who are they associated to and what party are they in. Let's just get residents. Let's get 12 people or 10 people, bring them together without political affiliation so we can get past all these conversations. And I will tell you, I have nothing against the commission that's appointed. They did a wonderful job. But in the meantime, we've had numerous conversations over how they got selected, where they got selected, who are they from, what party are they with, and we can eliminate that if we just make it a fairer process where the people of the city all have a bite in it, and we're not going by the majority party in power, which could affect either party in the future. I won't be here. I don't have any stake in being worried about being reelected. I made this because I thought it would be fair, so that next time we wouldn't have to go through all this and listen to the political jargon, and we can just make it an operation that suits the city and fits the city well. So I apologize if I caused all this aggravation through this, but I'm going to support it because I believe that's a fair way to take politics out of it and bring people into it.
Thank you, Councilmember Gully. Further discussion, questions? Clerk, want to do slow roll?
Councilmember Gully?
Yes.
Councilmember Ashton Pearson?
Yes.
Councilmember Steele?
No.
Councilmember Men?
No.
Councilmember Conley Wilson?
No.
Councilmember Soriento?
Yes,
Council President Mantello?
I will explain my vote. There have been a couple misnomers, misleading comments. As I mentioned, when we first proposed this, I received a phone call from Renee from the NAACP, who basically was informed, and I won't say who, but was informed that we were replacing people on the commission. Absolutely untrue. As my colleagues mentioned, we applaud the present commission. They have done a phenomenal job. I have their preliminary report. I heard tonight, these three people are going to derail the commission. That is not the intent here. I made it perfectly clear back in December when I sent our folks to the then majority requesting somebody from the Berg and other areas, geographic areas, not so much districts. And we were essentially told that night, toward the end of December, and yes, you're right, Councilmember Soriento, they did have months to do it. And toward the end of December, as folks were obviously shopping and doing other things, decided to railroad this through, despite our request to wait. I even said, we'll do 4 and 3. No, at that time it was 5 and 2, whatever. So Councilmember Steele has the floor, as you did. Secondly, North Central. Nobody from this North Central neighborhood. They took 2 votes from Southburg, nobody from Northburg, nobody from Corliss Park area, etc., nobody from the downtown area. And it was mentioned that, oh geez, if we do this and the council members appoint, this would ethically not be right. Who do you think appointed the independent commission? Council members. So let's just call this what it is. Unfortunately, we were stymied. We requested open process, transparency. By adding 3 people, we are not derailing the progress. The progress will continue. They are doing phenomenal work. 3 people is not going to stymie the process. And these 3 folks, whoever they may be, will be folks from the neighborhoods, etc., just like the prior folks. But because this majority is appointing them, they're bad, they're evil, they're political. But the prior majority, they're great. I don't get that. We're all one. I'm so tired, as Councilmember Gully mentioned, about majority, minority, whatever. We're looking for fairness. Fairness for Northburg, North Central, downtown. Represent the geographic territories that will have no impact on me in 2 years. So saying that, I vote aye.
4 ayes, 3 noes. Local law number 1 passes.
Okay, ordinance 3.
Ordinance 3, ordinance transferring funds within the 2022 general fund, table 2322. Council President Mantello, Councilmember Gully, Councilmember Ashman Pearson, and Councilmember Soriento.
Is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Gully. I would just ask folks, you have to know, to be out there, it's so hard to hear, and you really have to talk in the mic. I'm sorry, you gotta get close to it, sorry.
Thank you.
Motion, Gully, is there a second? Second. Second, Councilmember Ashman Pearson, discussion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
7 ayes, 0 noes.
No. Can you raise your hands, the noes? Now just read the vote. Thank you.
5 ayes, 2 noes. Ordinance 3 passes.
Thank you. Ordinance 7.
Ordinance 7, ordinance amending the 2022 special grants funds budget. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Soriento. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Seven ayes, 0 noes. Ordinance 7 passes.
Thank you. Ordinance 8.
Ordinance 8, ordinance amending the 2022 general water capital and special grants and miscellaneous special revenue funds budget. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Soriento. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Andy, real quick, the Siemens project is on one of these transfers. Bear with me. Number 7, the amendment. Does that, just refresh my memory? This is, let's see. So the installment purchase debt was 14,400,000. Walk us back through this, if you don't mind.
2021, we changed, excuse me, we changed how the streetlight purchase and conversion was being financed from installment purchase debt to city issued financing because there was a savings in the interest. Because the interest rates were substantially less expensive for the city to do financing. So the revenue section it's a different type of debt, quotes. So it's reclassifying the type of debt that the bond resolution that was approved was for $8,250,000. That's line 1 in the revenue sections. The line 2 closes out the original financing that was remaining on the installment purchase debt with Siemens for just under $7.9 million. The interest in earnings is the total amount of interest that's been earned to date on the debt that's been issued for the streetlights, $7,179. All city issued debt sits in a bank account that earns interest. And then on the expenditure side, it's the closing of $7.9 million is closing the expenditure account for the installment purchase debt related expenditures. That closes out phase 1 of the Siemens project. Created a new account for $8.25 million for the street light purchase and conversion account because it's a different type of debt, so it has to be recognized separately. And then recorded an interfund transfer $7,200. That's going to the debt service fund for future debt payments themselves pursuant to accounting rules under New York State.
Thank you, Andy. I think we're good on the rest. I just, for the public's knowledge, all these items passed the prior finance meeting for just folks here. The $1 million in line 5, the American Rescue Plan, that is the North Central Community Center that was mentioned this evening and that the council approved, but the funding was not in the prior the prior ordinance. So good. And then the 250th for the bird, 5 grand. So some good things. Thanks, Sandy. Further questions, discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
7 ayes, 0 noes. Ordinance 8 passes.
Thank you. Ordinance 9.
Ordinance 9, ordinance to appropriate funds in the 2022 miscellaneous special revenue fund from the New York State Department of Homeland Security. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion?
So motion.
Motion, Councilmember Steele. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
7 ayes, 0 noes. Ordinance 9 passes.
Ordinance 10.
Ordinance 10, ordinance to appropriate funds in the 2022 miscellaneous special revenue fund from the New York State Department of Homeland Security. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Gully. Beat you to the punch. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
7 ayes, 0 noes. Ordinance 10 passes.
Ordinance 11.
Ordinance 11, ordinance declaring certain city-owned personal property as surplus and directing the office of the city comptroller to sell or dispose of the surplus property. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Gully. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Soriento. We'll give it to you. Discussion? These are your bites, Councilmember
I know.
Pearson.
Councilwoman, Min is gonna go with me on the bikes.
Councilmember Men's going roller skating. What are you talking about? Further discussion?
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Men.
I know we had asked about if the city isn't able to dispose of all the bikes, if there are organizations that may take them as donations. And perhaps down the road, when we have a grand opening for one of our new youth and community centers, that would be something that would be very nice to give away, just to kids, if possible.
Yeah, I think we were told that the bikes were pretty much in disrepair,
Oh, yeah,
I'm hearing.
that's right.
So then we talked about the bike rescue to see if they're interested in some of the parts. So that would be pretty cool if maybe
Correct.
Andy, you could spearhead that to see if, nominal value, something like that.
In your spare time.
I see that your court counsel, we'll see if he'll allow it. We could do permit, they could borrow it maybe. Okay, ordinance, ordinance 11, further discussion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
7 ayes, 0 noes. Ordinance 11 passes.
Awesome. Ordinance 12.
Ordinance 12, ordinance approving second amendment of lease of space on Tibbetts Avenue, water tower facility to Cellco Partnership, doing business as Verizon Wireless. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Is there a second? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Gully. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Steele. You know what I'd like to do, if we could get, for discussion only, ordinance 12 and ordinance 15, and we'll ask, maybe Rick first, you could come up, and then if we need Dave. Thank you. Rick Morrissey, our clerk counsel. Thank you so much, Rick. Thank you. Can you walk us through these and what, when did they expire? What are the amendments to the new ones? How much? And I'm thinking the liability insurance might have gone up also, but maybe you could walk us through.
The lease to Tibbetts has not expired. Okay, the Verizon wanted permission to go on the property to make it some equipment changes. And after reading the lease, I determined that the liability protections were inadequate, at least in my point of view, and also the insurance that from this old lease was about $2 million, or maybe it was even $1 million, I can't remember for sure. So after quite a bit of negotiations, and I have to say, Dave has been very accommodating at Verizon. They agreed to give us an insurance certificate with at least $8 million of coverage. Verizon's probably worth a lot more, so I do kind of trust their promises. We also updated the indemnity so that it was no longer mutual, it was really just they indemnify us. And I specified in the indemnity clause. My main fear is labor law claims, because as owners of property, we're liable for anyone who falls in a construction project, and upgrading these facilities could be deemed a construction project. And so they accepted pretty much to indemnify us for those claims, unless, to the maximum extent allowed by law. Let's see, on that particular lease, I don't think there were any other changes So they are going, there is a letter that their company has given us involving the equipment change, and Chris Whelan has just got to look at that and approve that. The lease for Peterson Court expired, I think, in 2019. And Dave and I had begun discussing it when I first came to the Corporation Counsel's office. Kind of fell off the table for a while, I'm sorry about that. In any event, we did the same thing with the indemnification and the insurance clauses. There was also, I added a provision for a cancellation. It's basically if we need the building for municipal purposes. It is a 2-year lead time, but they say they need that much time to find another location if we don't want them on there anymore. So we also raised the rent. It's not a big increase, but they will pay back rent back to the date the prior lease expired. It amounts to about $24,000 a year right now.
Council President.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Excuse me, Rick, sorry to
Sure.
interrupt you. Thank you for really going through this and looking at it. I have a lot of confidence when you go through these, because I know you take your time and really.
I'm a pain in the ass.
I know that.
We know that.
I didn't want to say that.
Eric Wisher's raising his hand.
But I do appreciate you taking all that time, because you really do look through these, so, I value your opinion, to be honest with you. So, but just right now, are you going back to 15 or 12? Where did you just go? You were jumping between?
I'm sorry, Peterson Court, I think,
Is 15.
Is 15,
Yeah.
and that's the 24,000.
That's about 24 a year. I don't remember what Tibbetts is right now. It has a different structure. They were negotiated at different times, and we didn't change the entire structure of each one. Tibbetts is is pretty close to that.
It's about 24,000 a year?
They're both about 24,000.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Thank you.
Council President.
Councilmember Gully.
Rick, just looking at this Second Amendment to lease, I see nothing in here in regards to financial responsibility or payment. Is it supposed to be in here?
It's already in the other list.
Oh, so that's why we didn't see it in here, because I'm looking, I don't see any of these.
I think it's in the First Amendment, which is not canceled by the Second Amendment.
So we don't need to put the dollar, sorry.
Councilmember Ash.
So we don't need to put the dollar amounts in the 24,000. That's
No.
what confused you. Okay.
No, I agree, it's already in there.
Councilmember Gully has the floor.
Well, I just usually see what the numbers are for you.
Right.
But that's all right, listen, I trust you, so we're good.
I can get you the,
You can do that
Second
tomorrow,
Amendment.
right now, we're here too late, trust me, let's go on.
so we're good.
We're good.
Take it when you get it. Tomorrow we might not.
I won't be here.
Right.
You'll have to email it to me, I won't be here.
And, Rick, I know a lot of activity took place on Peterson Court. And Chris, I have to say, worked with the neighborhood incredibly. I was just involved in the email chain, and, those neighbors endured some work being done on the tower, the painting, and then Verizon was up there here and there, so,
It has to be a pretty cooperative arrangement with these tenants. But we did get the same indemnity in both locations.
now the big question, Dave, is our service going to be enhanced?
I have
This is
Verizon
5G.
service, so be careful
Yeah,
what you
so
say.
do I. Is this 5G? Is it opening the door to 5G?
It is. Good evening, everyone
Good
again.
evening.
So the
Do you
purpose,
mind introducing for everyone?
I apologize. Dave Brennan with the law firm of Young Summer in Albany. So the purpose of what triggered both, well, definitely the Tibbetts app is an upgrade to the equipment on the water tank, which will be deploying what Verizon calls 5G nationwide, which is reusing our existing frequencies and adding one to deploy 5G. Similar with the Peterson Court water tank, which the lease has expired, we have a similar upgrade to improve that service. So there will be an improvement, and that's why we've been working so diligently to get this done. We're across the Capital District rolling out 5G in other communities, and we want it to be here as well. Thank you.
Does anyone have questions for Dave while he's at the podium? What about, I mean, I hate to even open this door, but real quick, I mean, there's folks out there, that are stating 5G, has, let's just say, ill effects on their health, et cetera. Are you guys doing anything to educate folks on that?
Sure. So I will start by distinguishing the 5G nationwide is using the same frequencies. A lot of what you hear on the concerns about 5G in general is called the ultra wide high band, which is a newer frequency that's closer to what we call millimeter wave. In either event, the FCC regulates these frequencies, and Verizon commits and does comply with those regulations. And if the FCC were to change them in the future and reduce them, we would similarly reduce. I will also say, and you don't want me to, because I can talk about this stuff for hours. Cell towers don't transmit like PIX 106 on the escarpment at 50,000 watts 24/7. They turn on and off as you use your phone or you connect. It turns on, it transmits, it goes back and forth, and so they don't operate at maximum power. So while we say the FCC sets a limit, typically all of our indications are they operate around 1% of the maximum allowed limit when we're operating at full power. So I'm very comfortable with it, and there's a reason the FCC preempted this is because we get these questions all the time, and we're happy to answer them, but we're very comfortable. But it's not even what we're deploying. It's not what you're asking about.
Thank you, Dave. Further questions for Rick? Or okay, awesome. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
7 ayes, 0 noes, ordinance 12 passes.
Okay, we're going to jump to ordinance 15.
Ordinance 15, ordinance approving amendment and extension of lease of space on Peterson Court, water tank facility to Cellco Partnership doing business as Verizon Wireless. Council President Mantello at the request of administration.
Is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
7 ayes, 0 noes, ordinance 15 passes.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you. Let's jump back to ordinance 13.
Ordinance 13, ordinance accepting grant funds from the United States Environmental Protection Agency for the purpose of cleaning brownfield sites along the South Troy waterfront and amending the miscellaneous special grants fund budget to appropriate the funding. Council President Mantello at the request of administration.
Is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Min. Andy, real quick, is there a match on this grant? Or Steve? Yes, Councilmember Conley Wilson.
It's reimbursement, but I'll let,
It's
the EPA.
it's the EPA grant, there's no match on this.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Thank you, Steve. And I do concur with you about our court counsel. Okay, and that's a good thing. All right, we like it.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Belli.
What is the reimbursement on this? Is that a full reimbursement?
I'm not sure the details, it's, I don't remember how the funding works. There is no match, so it's just a full reimbursement. It's full reimbursement because it's not paid up.
All right, thank you.
Did that answer your question? Yeah, we'll definitely hit you up on this one after. Not after, later date. Further questions, discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
7 ayes, 0 noes, ordinance 13 passes.
Ordinance 14.
Ordinance 14, ordinance amending the 2022 general fund budget and accepting grant funds from the Troy Capital Resource Corporation for the 2022 Neighborhood Improvement Program. Council President Mantello.
Is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Belli. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion? Once again, thank you, Steve and the CRC, and for folks who are up this late watching us. Please get your applications in. Further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
7 ayes, 0 noes, ordinance 14 passes.
Okay, resolution 24.
Resolution 24, resolution proclaiming March 2022 as Women's History Month in the city of Troy. Council President Mantello, Councilmember Gully, Councilmember Ashton McPherson, Councilmember Steele, Councilmember Men, Councilmember Conley Wilson, Councilmember Soriento.
That's everybody. That's everybody. All right, is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Soriento. I will waive the reading of this resolution as it is very long. I do want to thank Kathy Sheehan. I want to thank Jada. She definitely shows the power, the girl power. Look at our state council, minus Councilmember Gully. Women are taking over the city of Troy. I'm kidding. But seriously. But in all honesty, if you read this resolution, we have so much history here in the city of Troy, so much history with women who just broke that seal for people like us. So I really want to thank all those women. And honestly, we're women, and someday, 100 years from now, they're going to look back and say, look, Keani, Carmela, Irene, Kim, Sue, Emily, they
And Jim.
broke the ground for us. So thank you, thank you. Further discussion?
The asteroid wants to say.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
7 ayes, 0 noes, resolution 24 passes.
Resolution 25.
Resolution 25, resolution proclaiming March 2022 as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month in the city of Troy. Council President Mantello, Councilmember Gully, Councilmember Ashton McPherson, Councilmember Steele, Councilmember Men, Councilmember Conley Wilson, Councilmember Soriento.
Is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Soriento. I will read this one, it's very short. Whereas it is the custom of this legislative body to recognize official months that are set aside to increase awareness of serious issues that affect the lives of the citizens of Troy. And whereas the City Council continues to be committed to the Think Differently initiative, which encourages inclusiveness and accessibility for persons with developmental disabilities and special needs by encouraging all citizens to focus on the inherent potential of every individual, regardless of different ability. And whereas as the families, friends, neighbors, and co-workers of individuals with developmental disabilities have long known through experience, all people have unique abilities, and given proper opportunities can make valuable contributions to community life. And whereas the most effective way to further this awareness is by promoting everyone's active participation in community events and affairs in order to foster an environment where there is an openness to learn about and acknowledge each individual's contributions. And whereas citizens with developmental disabilities must be afforded opportunities to function as independently and productively as possible in our community. And whereas the City Council desires to encourage all citizens to support opportunities for individuals with developmental disabilities in our community, including full access to education, housing, employment, and recreational activities. And whereas the City Council desires to encourage all citizens to get to know someone with a disability, and to recognize that a person with a developmental disability can do like you. And whereas communities are just stronger when everyone participates. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Troy City Council hereby designates and proclaims the month of March in the year 2022 as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month in the city of Troy. Thank you, City Council. Further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
7 ayes, 0 noes. Resolution 25 passes.
Resolution 26.
Resolution 26, resolution of the City Council of the City of Troy authorizing the execution of a payment in lieu of tax pilot agreement by and among the City of Troy, Taylor by Housing Development Fund Corporation and Taylor One LLC. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Min. Discussion.
Council President?
Yes. Councilmember Conley Wilson.
I just want to voice my support in this. As Jim Gully has mentioned in previous meetings, I also am not a big fan of pilots, but I believe that this one, I think all of us can agree that we really need to make sure that people have housing, that the state, all that kind of stuff, and affordable, which I know is a really big one for me. So, yeah, I think this is a great opportunity.
Thank you, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Further discussion? I just want to, yes, Councilmember Gully.
Kiani, I agree with you. I do not like pilots going out the wrong way. I know they're a necessity in some particular pieces, in some particular projects, but I think we hand them out like candy at Christmas time sometimes. We don't look at the impact long-term for our citizens in the city, and that can hurt us down the road. And I'm not really a fan of any pilot, but when it comes to the housing authority and the job they do in the city, the work they do to help our needy community and our income-deprived community, it's important. And we have to provide safe, comfortable, healthy living spaces. I love the project, what I see. If it comes out to fruition the way it was printed on the pictures, it will be an awesome piece for Troy. And I will definitely support this because I like the work that the Housing Authority does, but I caution all the rest of the contractors that come here with pilots. This one I'll go.
Council President?
Thank you, Councilmember Gully. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
I have to agree with you because I am not a pilot person. There's several years that I've been on the council, it's always been no to the pilots, no to the pilots. Troy Housing has been in the city of Troy back to 51, Griswold Heights going up, and 1930s, sorry, so I wasn't around then. I was. I made look it.
All right. Councilmember Ash McPherson. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
No, but this is something that we bite your tongue and you just go for it. So we need it. We need the housing. So it's something that we need to go for. So I am in favor of this as well.
And go ahead, Councilmember Min.
I look at Taylor every day out of my window. Yeah. Every single day. And I also am not a fan of pilots and will definitely put everyone coming asking for one through the ringer. Yeah. But this, I think Troy Housing Authority has proven itself to be really an exemplary organization in the city for seniors, for families. And it's time that Taylor came down. It will reconnect downtown, South Troy, Osgood. It will provide safe, quality housing. And it's going to reconnect River Street and ideally the magic of our planning department, municipality cooperation, maybe we can modify how our streets connect. And that's all part of the bigger, bringing our riverfront, the best riverfront in freaking country.
7 miles of gold.
7 miles of gold. It's all part of that bigger plan. And so I think that Troy Housing Authority has found a good partner who has done a lot and has answered my questions, which are not nice questions. So, yeah. Well done.
All right, and I'll echo what everyone else said. We did get a couple emails on this project, and a couple people looked at the numbers. To me, everyone knows my history with pilots that come before the city council. We don't really see a whole lot of pilots. The IDA sees much more than ours, and that's a whole other, ball of wax, and the county IDA. But this one, for me, it's not about money. As stated, this is going to open up our waterfront, more importantly, create some real decent, up-to-date, affordable housing for folks that have been craving it for years, and really potentially have multi-use in those buildings, or in that building. So I'm super psyched to demolish these two atrocious buildings that have been around forever, and we've all been waiting to come down. More importantly, opening up the waterfront and really opening up the gateway in our city. Sorry about that. Saying that, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Recuse.
I thought so.
Big Joe.
6 ayes, 1 abstain. Ordinance 26 passes.
All right, resolution.
I'm sorry, resolution 26 passes.
Resolution 27.
Resolution 27, resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a contract amendment with the Chazen Company to design fire riverfront sites. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
I believe we have to amend this resolution, correct?
I'd just like to, for clarity for future generations, change the title to be a contract amendment with Chazen Companies for Riverfront Park design. It was pulled from an old resolution.
Yeah.
This was part of the 5 sites grant originally.
Yep, I'll read it back to you.
Okay, thank you.
So the resolution will read the title, resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a contract amendment with the Chazen Companies for riverfront designs. Riverfront Park designs. Okay, do we have to amend the body? I'm pulling it up now.
Just for clarity.
Yes, Councilmember Steele.
Is it Riverfront Park or just Riverfront?
Riverfront Park.
Riverfront Park. And now the reso. So resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a contract amendment with the Chazen Companies to design, or for, take out the 2 designs, so 4 Riverfront Park sites. Correct? Or just Riverfront Park?
Riverfront Park.
Riverfront Park design. Steve, real quick, this, the Korean, I know you're also working with Armenian folks. Do you have a quick update with the monument, or?
For the Korean War monument, this is really, the Armenian design is not part of this.
I get that, but we'll talk at a later date. What's the status? Are we moving?
This one is, we've met with the Korean War vets and have come up with a design that's satisfactory to them. So it's really now getting the construction documents and getting it able to be bid out.
Okay.
And it was, the relocation to this location was presented at the pre-COVID meeting at Revolution Hall and Lansingburg.
Okay, I recall that now. Geez, it seems like 10 years ago. Okay, we have a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have a motion. So first, let's get a motion in a second, then we'll amend it. Is there a motion on the original? Councilmember Gully, is there a second? Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And now I'm going to make a motion to amend per what we just said. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion, Councilmember Steele. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Conley Wilson. On the, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Resolution 27, on the amended resolution, is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion, Councilmember Steele. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Men. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
7 ayes, 0 noes, resolution 27 passes.
Resolution 28.
Resolution 28, resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a contract amendment with the Neil Larson and Associates for a Lansingburg Historic Resource Survey. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Min, discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Seven ayes, 0 noes. Resolution 28 passes.
Resolution 29.
Resolution 29, resolution of the Troy City Council appointing Aaron Mosier to the Troy Community Land Bank Board of Directors. Council President Mantello.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Gully, is there a second? Second, Councilmember Soriento, that was very low. Discussion. Okay, yes, Councilmember Conley Wilson.
I'm sure you guys can kind of assume what my concerns were, given my questions. I've worked in nonprofits for a long time, and they're really complicated and hard to manage and understand. And I'm not sure if Aaron has the correct credentials for this specific appointment. I also would like to state that I would have brought these questions up earlier had I, received the agenda earlier, had received information of it. So if the House majority would like to, include us on these decisions, I think we would actually address these concerns quicker and maybe actually come to a resolution where we all really are enthusiastic.
Further discussion, questions? Slow roll? Councilmember Steele. No, Councilmember Steele has the floor.
Usually, these types of appointments do go through unquestioned. Any citizen who is willing to step up and volunteer on an unpaid basis is welcome. However, usually the appointees have not come out so vehemently and so publicly against the organization that they're being appointed to. Here we have the appointee's own words that we can use to evaluate his fitness for the job. The repeated Facebook posts demonstrate that he does not embrace the land bank's mission, nor does he abide by the truthfulness that one really should be held to. Those posts include mistruths, erroneous statements, assumptions, and a clear lack of knowledge of how the land bank operates. It may have generated discussion, as Councilwoman Min pointed out, but that discussion could have taken place in a much more productive way, rather than trashing the land bank and the professionalism of its executive director, not to mention the work that they do under extremely difficult circumstances with no money. And it clearly pointed out the conflict of interest that this potential appointee has. He was basically upset because he wasn't getting the properties that he wanted. He thought the land bank was getting a better deal than he might have wanted. The fact of the matter is that we in Troy do not support our land bank the way other communities do. We should be doing much more to support the land bank rather than to appoint someone who's there to tear it down. We've received numerous very detailed, very compelling emails encouraging us not to support this appointee. And I have to say, one of them actually must have been reading my mind, because she used the phrase, it's like putting the fox in the hen house. And that's really what I've been thinking too. I mean, the fox isn't in there to help the chickens. The fox is there to eat up the chickens. And that's what I see potentially happening here with this appointment. I don't think it's necessary. I received an email or a text from someone in the community who's very interested in serving, and it's a member of your party. And it's someone who I think we might want to consider as giving them a second chance to serve our city. So I would be very willing to consider tabling this tonight. I think that it would show our good faith and that we were listening to the people who reached out to us. So, you know, I would really hope that we might consider tabling that and consider this individual who has reached out, I believe, has also reached out to some of you as well.
Are you making a motion, council members?
I would. I don't want to preempt anyone else's comments.
Well,
Why don't we talk first before you make that motion?
Okay.
very good. Okay.
Council President.
Councilmember Go.
I think the term putting the fox in hen house is a little aggressive in this situation. And I'm only gonna say this because a lot of people have interpreted everything that could be bad would be bad if Aaron Lozier were appointed. Now, I've had numerous emails with the executive director of the land bank out of 4 o'clock this morning. And we had a great discussion about a person like Aaron going to the land bank who has had this frustration with the way that properties are handled with the land bank and the additionally long time it takes to get to a product that's usable and serviceable to the residents of the city. And even the executive director agreed that there's some validity to some of the claims. Just, I always say, as I've said for 6 years here, it's not the pitch, it's the delivery. I'll be the first to tell you that Aaron Lozier had the wrong delivery on his message on those Facebook posts. And I can understand that because that was where he was investing most of his money as an investor. He was moving into that area and all he's seen around him were disparate properties that were pieces of the land bank property. Now, I don't agree with the way he pitched it out there, but I do agree that there's some point to it. And now, and I think you might have got it wrong. I don't think it was about the land bank getting a better deal than he would get. I think it was more of the land bank getting more properties on his investments and not being able to complete them because of their financial instability. So I can understand his frustration. I do not agree with the way he put out his message, but then again, we all have a way of delivering a message, and then we all have a way of interpreting those messages. When you take the chaff off the top, I think even the executive director agreed that there's some things that could be useful on him. His strength and his knowledge could be useful. And personally, I've never seen such a big disruptance over an appointment based on a conversation that happened almost a year ago. I will say there's a board there, was it 11 members on the land bank board? Steve, how many members on the land bank board? 11? Chair?
11.
All right, 11, okay, 11 members. Now, do they vote on their operations? They all have a vote? Sure. They all have a vote, right? So Aaron Lozier on that committee only has 1 vote. He can't disrupt the land bank. He can't even fracture with 1 vote. What he's got to do is plead his message to the other members of the committee. And if it makes sense, try to get them to understand what he's trying to bring across the table. Now, will he do it differently in those Facebook posts? I hope so. I told Tony Tossi it becomes an intolerable piece where it's not functioning properly, and we see that Aaron, which I don't believe is the case, that he would be trying to disrupt or dissuade the actions of the land bank. I would be the first one to tell him to resign, because I'm not here for that. But I do like the fact they have somebody who will speak up, at least voice his piece, and won't just agree with everybody to agree, but will actually ask the questions that it takes to maybe transition some of the ways they operate, or maybe do something a little different. It takes that. He is an investor. He invests in North Central. That's where the primary properties for the land bank are. And right in the code for land bank, it says that an investor in that property would be best suited to be on that committee. I don't want to hold a guy, I don't put the noose on his neck for something he did a year ago. If we all look at it, I think we've all said something in our past that we might have regretted. We might have done something that we regret. And now that he says he's moving into his mold and his inspection business, and he says he's not looking to buy properties from the bank, I think that he would probably be pretty decent to step in that role and be that person who could bring these points across that maybe he sees, and bring his thoughts across in a nicer way, so that it could be productive. And as I talked to the executive director, and he said, hey, I'm willing to work with anybody to work with me. And I think that Aaron brings a strength and a background that can be useful. And at the time, nobody thought that we would get this type of, I guess I did think we would get it, but not this heavy, because we got the emails still. And everybody lives in that, as you said earlier, we all live in fear. We all live in fear of what's gonna happen. Oh, it's gonna destroy this, the world's gonna end, the chickens are gonna fall, the chickens are getting eaten up by the fox. But really, maybe he'll be that rough diamond that we need and that land bank team. And we'll only know until after we give it an opportunity. So I won't support tabling it. I did get a call from a person tonight who told me that somebody called him. He didn't call anybody. He didn't even know what was happening. He even apologized for telling me at the 11th hour, I can't believe I'm doing this. It's almost 5:30. You know, but he didn't call anybody. Somebody called him. And that's kind of like, I don't know, kind of like a slap in the face some ways. So here's what I will tell you. I think Aaron should have an opportunity because of his strength. And because he will be the watchdog a little bit, and do it with a professional courtesy and common collaboration with the board, if elected. And I think that everybody deserves an opportunity. Unless one of you guys can think of any time you've never done anything that you regretted saying, I think you should think about that too.
Thank you, Councilmember Gully. Councilmember Mann.
I wrestled with this a lot all week. And Councilman Gully makes a lot of the points that have been bouncing around in my head. Obviously, Aaron will be the most watched member of the land bank, probably in history, which means there will be more attention paid to the land bank and the work that it does. And it is a board of 11 people, strong-willed people, who are passionate about making sure that buildings that are on the edge of being gone forever stay part of our community and give people a place to live. And I think we know the housing in North Central, the flats in Troy, are all multifamily. And that means whoever, after a building is stabilized and all the work is done, whoever buys that is going to become a landlord. And so to be a good landlord, an ethical, responsible landlord, you need mentors. And I do think that that's one of the pieces that Aaron can bring to the table. Another unpaid job in an unpaid position. And I think that having worked in the nonprofit world and, you know, in restoration work, that was my very first job, restoring just one movie theater marquee. And it took 3 years. And it is really grueling. And the land bank has a very difficult job. And I think that we have a responsibility, because I think a lot of this discussion and frustration came out because of the way foreclosed upon properties, the properties on the list, how are they, what is the process? I get questions all the time, and I can't give granular details. And I think a lot of people are confused, and so when they're confused, they're afraid, and when they're afraid, they're angry, when it doesn't go their way. So I think it's our responsibility, in partnership with the administration, to make sure that how properties that are owned by the city get to people who want to fix them, nonprofits that want to fix them, that process is completely transparent, because I think a lot of all the drama that came out of that is that confusion. Karen, I hope that in applying for this position, that you become the biggest advocate of the land bank. Because that's our expectation for you. And I think probably the first wisest thing you can do is build some bridges. Because now you can be part of a team.
Thank you, Councilmember Vin. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
I had been writing notes over this, and Councilman Gully, once again, you say everything right out there.
I'm thinking your mind.
You know, everything's right out there. Over the last few years, we've all had questions and concerns over the finances of the land bank. Some of us reached out to Mr. Tazi, and we expressed our concerns. I know I had many conversations with him. Some of us went to some of the properties. He showed us the problems that he was having. You're talking about a lot of property in the district that I represent. And I had some very big concerns over the land bank. And I went and I looked at the properties, and this one's being broken into, and this one's having this happening to him. Why is this one sitting here for 3 years, and why is this going on? I don't know the full extent of the process of the land bank. I know we're going to have a meeting with Mr. Tazi. He's going to be bringing in finances and everything else. None of us want to see the land bank fail. We want to see it prosper. We want to see it go further. And I also believe that Mr. Lozier, he wants this as well. He doesn't want to just make it fall apart, and he's not going to go in there and just condemn everything that's going on. He brings some things to the table that he could possibly help. And yes, Councilwoman Men is right. He's got some bridges to mend. And he's got a lot on his shoulders to go in there to show them he's not there to disrupt. He's there to work with. So, you know, I believe that, you know, he's going to do what he said he wanted to do, to work with the land bank and to try to get these properties moved or whatever he needs to do. So, you know, I think we need to look at that. And like Councilman Gully said, we all have said things and done things that, you know, stupid things that we come out and say, and you never think they're going to come back and bite you, and they do. So, I mean, I'm looking at this to give him the opportunity that, you know, you said you're going to do this, and we will hold you accountable. And as Councilman Mann said, there's a lot of attention now on the land bank, and we're all going to be paying attention to it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Further discussion? Clerk, want to do slow roll?
Councilmember Gully,
Yes.
Councilmember Ash McPherson,
Yes.
Councilmember Steele,
In voting no, I just want to say that, you know, if you want to appoint him to something to enhance his political resume, there are plenty of other opportunities. This is not the one for him. And I really do not see how you are supporting the land bank by putting someone of this. He has to own his words, and I'm very disappointed in the choice.
Councilmember Men,
I guess I'll also explain my vote. I know we all make mistakes. And the most important skill is learning say I'm sorry, but I've been a jerk. And, yeah, I've been a jerk. I'm sorry. And, you know, I think organizations that are dedicated to the improvement of your city have a hard job and they're open to criticism from without. And then when you are working within, you have to answer that criticism. The land bank is full of smart and dedicated people. And it is our job as a council to oversee the use of these city resources and make sure they're shepherded, especially for North Central. And so that housing stock becomes home owners, owned by people. And I know I'm not gonna make everybody happy, but I am voting yes. And, Aaron, I'm putting a lot of faith in you. And if you screw it up, I'm gonna be the first person who is going to be calling for your resignation very loudly and probably rudely enough that I will eventually have to apologize for it. So, step it up, make some apologies, make those calls soon, and then start the work.
Councilmember Conley Wilson.
I'd also like to explain my vote. I really deeply believe that we need leaders who are level-headed and understand the impact of their words. And while I understand that, you know, maybe it's a mistake, you know it, I do see a double standard in the way that just in Troy, in the world, all above, when folks of color make mistakes, folks of color are put at an insane standard of perfection. I guarantee if I said anything like that, I would not be here today. So I really want us to think a little bit more critically about the biases we may have and that we may want to break down. And while, you know, Aaron likely will be appointed, and I hope that he proves me wrong, because I don't have a lot of faith right now, but I do think we need to think very consciously about the leaders that we need to decide to work with today and the patterns that we have. Forgiving mistakes, not forgiving mistakes. So I am voting nay. I hope I'm going to change the future.
Councilmember Soriento.
I think everyone deserves another chance. I think, Aaron, we will be watching you, but I think you'll do good. And, you know, we all make mistakes. So, I vote yes.
Council President Mantello.
A couple quick observations. I agree with every single person at this table. I mostly agree, believe it or not. Councilmember Steele, I am so with you. I have never seen an appointment come with so much discussion, so much openness. I must tell you, Aaron, what you did do, you created incredible discussion tonight. You know, some a little negative, but you got thick skin. But geez, each one of us just talked about so many other things going on with the land bank, things going on with society, fairness, openness. I must tell you, sometimes things happen for a reason, Aaron. I hope you don't prove us wrong, the folks that are voting for you. I feel in my heart you will not. Saying that real quick, I totally agree with Councilmember Steele also on the way our land bank is used. We have to harness our land bank. Other municipalities across the state, counties have land banks. They're doing amazing work on the streets, in the neighborhoods. I've told Steve time and time again, we've had several conversations. I will do anything I can to see our land bank succeed. If anyone thinks that the majority and that council member men does not want to see that land bank succeed, let me sell you, a bridge. We want to see it succeed. I vote aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes.
No.
I'm sorry. So I'm gonna have it.
Okay, it's late.
5 ayes, 2 noes. Resolution 29 passes.
All right. Resolution 31.
Resolution 31, resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into master services agreements for professional land surveying services to be procured pursuant to task orders. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
7 ayes, 0 noes. Resolution 31 passes. Resolution 32, resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into service agreements for professional civil and transportation engineering services to be procured pursuant to task orders. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion, Councilmember Steele. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
7 ayes, 0 noes. Resolution 32 passes.
Resolution 34, the amended.
Resolution 34, resolution appointing Commissioner of Deeds for the City of Troy. Council President Mantello.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion, Councilmember Steele. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Soriento. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
7 ayes, 0 noes. Resolution 34 passes. Amended. Resolution 35, resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into an amendment of the agreement with Core Main Distributors, increasing the price to be paid for 36 feet ductile iron pipe.
Inches, sorry.
36 inches ductile iron pipe for the raw water transmission main replacement project. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Soriento. Discussion. Andy, real quick, I know Chris, obviously filled this in. Anything you want to add that we've missed?
I don't think so. If anyone has any questions, I can answer them.
Okay. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
7 ayes, 0 noes. Resolution 35 passes.
Resolution 36.
Resolution 36, resolution endorsing an application by the Commission on Economic Opportunity for a grant to be awarded by the New York State Housing Trust Fund Corporation for an expanded early childhood education center and a youth and young adult support and training center. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Steve, thank you for hanging out. Real quick, this is us supporting 3.5 mil to housing and community renewal. No match from us, no nothing. They need the municipality to pass a resolution. The only thing I would ask the mayor mention, our employee potentially partnering or working at CEO.
I'm sorry, our.
There's a vacant position that Councilmember Ash
I
McPherson.
don't think that's acceptable. The youth and the mayor mentioned about, did you say the CEO?
Yes, I was just speculating that there's a potential collaboration there between an employee we might hire in the future and the activities that will go on.
Okay.
Steve, what's the deadline on this?
The application is due, I think, the Friday before your next finance meeting. So that's why we wanted to put that on tonight.
Perfect, and do we know the announcement or no?
Well, it's still an application.
Right, I'm saying, do we know potentially when it would be announced? Award.
I imagine it will be very quickly. I mean, these are projects that need to be completed within a year, so.
They are, really? Okay.
Not within a year from today, but a year from the award.
Council President?
Okay. Councilmember Ashman Pearson.
Steve, where's the location of this?
This location is right up on Fifth Avenue, right, just south of the Hillsborough Street Bridge, and it already went through planning commission. It actually was a $3.75 million project with costs going up as now like a $5 million project, and they could not afford to do it. We mentioned that at a DRI meeting of the co-chairs, and that's when HCR said we might have another opportunity.
This is right by the CTA bus? Am I in the wrong spot?
It's just west of that.
It's west of that, okay. All right, cool. Thank you.
And
It's right across the street from
The east side of the street.
They just tore down the little garage there.
Yes, I'm in the right place, off of that, it's right off of Hoosick, okay, I'm in the right place.
And like Steve said, if they're successful, this could free up some money from the DRI because it's one of the projects identified. Correct.
And they probably will go back, but for a smaller amount. We had them in the DRI for $1 million, so they might come back for 100,000 or something. But yes, it frees up money for other projects.
Okay, good. Thank you. Further discussion, questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
7 ayes, 0 noes, resolution 36 passes.
Resolution 37.
Resolution 37, resolution in support of the people of Ukraine.
I would ask the mayor to just pop up real quick. And, Mayor, we're totally with you on this, but, I thought obviously giving comments, to address this.
Sure, I won't read it. I know I went on a little long with it, but I thought they were important points to make. If you're like me, you know, you're crushed by the images that are coming out of Ukraine these days. Families torn apart, homes bombed, hospitals, schools, cluster bombs in use outside of hospitals. This is something that thought we saw the last of 80 years ago when the last dictator tried to march across Europe. It's been troubling me, and what's troubling is that with all of our might, with all of our wealth, there is no way for us to change that immediately. The pain and suffering will continue. The agony will continue. This was sort of cathartic for me, trying to find something that I could do, and I hope your council feels the same way. I appreciate the fact that you've taken this up on short notice. Probably a year into my tenure here, I hosted a delegation of young people from Ukraine who were coming here. They came here to learn about how to make their country a better democracy. They were young, they were bright, they were sponges for information. They were energetic, and they saw that they were going to create the Ukraine of the future, a democratic country in the mold and image of the United States. I've thought about them a lot over the past couple of days. I can't imagine what they're going through, but looking in their eyes, I know that they are on the front line. I know that they have put their lives on the line to realize this dream. It's very hard for us to find anything that we can do to help them. This is a small measure. We need to lend our voices. We need to lend our support to the Ukrainian Americans in this country. And we need to endure some pain from these sanctions. Our parents, our grandparents did that in World War II. Had they not done that, we might be speaking a different language today. So it's our turn. And this is a small step in that direction. So I am grateful that you took this up on short notice. I hope that you will pass it unanimously, and I also hope that you will look for other ways to participate. Councilmember Steele gave us a list of supplies that they're looking for at the local Ukrainian church. Honestly, the best thing is probably money, because you can get it over there quicker and it's more effective. But do what you can and speak to others about it. So I hope you'll support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Mayor, I just want to say that I appreciate you taking the time, and in reading this, it shows that you really took your time in this, and you really said a lot in here. I grew up in Troy, and I grew up down in South Troy, and we were a melting pot of all different types of nationality. And I have many of my friends that were Ukrainian, are Ukrainian, and talking to them and hearing that they still have family over there and their concerns and their fears and so forth. So it does hit home, because all of us are from somewhere, and we've got to do what we can to try to stop a dictator from just going into a country and thinking he can do what he can. So you're right, it's going to be painful for us, but I appreciate you taking the time and doing this, and I support this 100%.
Ditto.
Council President.
Councilmember Conley Wilson and Councilmember Go.
When reading this resolution, I definitely, what? I'm someone who see the things, make tangible changes in my community and my network, all of that. I'm sure you guys have noticed that by now. I was lucky enough to talk to Councilmember Steele, and she mentioned St. Nicholas Church on Saturday and Sunday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Our donations and checks to aid Ukraine. I wish we could do more as a council, and maybe in the future we may be able to. And the other point is something I noticed that was missing, and maybe this was just because of how recent these things have been changing, evolving, and all that. But I had heard of a lot of racism happening there, essentially, that African, Asian nationals are not being allowed to board the trains to escape Ukraine. And that's heartbreaking to see, and I know we don't condone that, but I just wanted to bring that up as a discussion point. I don't really feel like it's necessary to amend this, but I think, we can still support Ukraine while also not condoning acts of violence and oppression.
Thank you. And Councilmember, Conley Wilson, if you want to add a line, I'm totally open to that. It's up to you.
Yeah, I don't know what to write really. Maybe we can just add a line that's like, we support Ukraine wholeheartedly, but we don't condone any acts of racism or oppression.
Okay. Can you say that again? And our clerk will add it, and I will second your motion. And discussion on the amended line. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Thank you. And on further discussion on not the amendment that passed, but further discussion on the reso, Councilmember Go.
We see all the pain in Ukraine, and we see all the activity by the Russians to take over a country. But I will tell you, what I see is a resilience in a community of public people who are stepping up, making their own little bombs, standing by crowds of 50 to 100 people in a way to block a tank, going after the Russians without having all the resources. I'm happy that the President of the United States finally decided to give some supporting strength to the Ukrainian army and the Ukrainian people. But I passionately see a love for their country, and I see the way that they bond together when they come together. It sort of reminds me of 9/11 in our country. Everybody just jumped right up, and for me, that's a powerful piece. What they're going through is not necessary. The tyrant should be punished properly. And we have the resources to do that, but we can't start World War III because that's what would happen. But I do believe that when I see the strength of the Ukrainian people each day, what they do to combat the evil going into their country, my heart goes out to them, and my pride goes out to them for the courage that they show every day. So I know it's detrimental, but watch the TV, watch how they stand up. They don't care about living or dying. They care about knocking out the evil, and I respect that dearly.
Thank you, Councilmember Gully. Further discussion?
Council President?
Yeah, Councilmember Steele.
I echo and thank you, Mayor, for putting this together. I mean, you know, at first blush, we might have said, you know, what does this really do? And you're right, it's not gonna do anything. And that's the frustration that we, I think, all feel as we sit and watch the television and see their bravery and are inspired by their president. I wore their colors tonight because I wanted to support them. It means nothing, but it's something, you know, it's what can we do other than write checks?
Pray.
And pray. And maybe stand in solidarity with their spirit and take inspiration. And I tell you, maybe this will bring our country together too. I mean, if they can stand up for democracy the way they're doing with such bravery, maybe we will come together and be a united democratic country again. That would be a wonderful outcome. So I, of course, support this, and I would encourage people to support St. Nicholas this weekend and support your local charity that's providing aid directly.
Thank you, Councilmember Steele. Further discussion? Council President, Councilmember Surianta.
So I've been glued to my TV watching this horrible act of violence that's been going on over in Ukraine. And I'm trying to hold back my tears, because you're seeing, I'm watching, I saw a video of a child, saying that he's been walking for hours and hours, and that he was so grateful that someone saved him so they didn't have to walk anymore. And a 6-year-old child that doctors were trying to help, and unfortunately this evil act claimed its life, and this is very emotional for me. I don't know, maybe it's because my parents are from Greece and my ancestors went, they, when with the war with Turkey, they had to go underground and pray, and they just to fight for their freedom, for their religion, for democracy. And so thank you, Mayor, for putting this together. I 100% support this.
Yes, Councilmember Mann.
I think I was a kid in the 80s and 90s and remember the Berlin Wall coming down and communism being over, and many people in this room obviously the same stuff, but formative. We thought that Europe would be a different place, and that things like NATO we wouldn't really need anymore. And I think what we're seeing is how important it is to maintain alliances and for the United States to be a leader in the world and work together with our partners throughout the world who believe in democracy. And democracy starts all the way down here at the city level. And so, we did discuss this. Doing something symbolic, does it change anything? I think it does. in some small way, reminds us how important democracy is and how much control we have over maintaining our democracy, which can stand in support of other countries whose democracies are being challenged. And, you know, the mayor of Kiev is pretty freaking amazing. So he works out. He's like a, sorry, Mayor. I mean,
Apparently you don't work out, I don't.
Where are we going with this one?
I'm just saying.
I'm not sure.
Let's see the punchline here.
I kind of lost the train there, but,
Some levity, some levity.
But I think the president of Ukraine, like, stood in his country, like, just going back to the most basic level of government, city can change things. And, you know, he has a president standing next to him, defending their country, and I watched the internet go crazy when the president of Ukraine said, don't send planes, send weapons, because they're not going anywhere. And we will do what we can help to support them in our small way, but also be inspired by them.
I just want to thank.
Sure, Councilmember Steele.
I think we need to take a moment to thank our president for, as you mentioned, the bringing NATO together in that fashion. Started a long months ago. They've been anticipating this, and bringing that alliance together is diplomatically is been tremendous and quite a feat. And, I think it's a credit, obviously, but that's the big one.
And I just, so much has been said, and I think we have all displayed unity, which is nice. Mayor, thank you. And, you know, as I said earlier, we have to obviously stand up to evil. We'll continue doing so and stand with our brothers and sisters from Ukraine. And so many council members said so many things. One thing I think that was missing is also to dovetail Councilmember Conley Wilson are the refugees. And certainly we have refugees all across our state. So anything we can do to obviously welcome refugees and support them is also important. So thank you. And thank you again, Mayor. So, further discussion, question, comments, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, before we adjourn, have another public forum. And this public forum opens it up to anything in city government, city business, neighborhood, you name it, feel free to come up, name, address, and you have 3 minutes.
We're not ready to go home.
My husband does work nights. Okay, no one would like to speak at the public forum. I now will take a motion to adjourn. Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson, is there a second? Second, Councilmember Sorrento, discussion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Somebody's got to say nay. Yes, Councilmember.
I would like to mention one thing. The
Yep.
reason why I make the motion so quick is because I know we waste about a minute or two waiting for everybody to look at each other to make a motion. And I want to thank Councilperson Conley